valued up to $300 and get free delivery and setup with any purchase $599 and up. That's right now in the Spring Super Sale at Sleep Outfitters. Find a Sleep Outfitters near you when you visit sleepoutfitters.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
All right, final thought here. LT's question, and Brown got burned by Rockstar. I'm told it's the best burn Rockstar's ever given Brown.
One of them.
Which will take it to the height of a must discuss, because we've burned Brown a lot over the years. It's all brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's.
Hey, family owned and operated since 1836. Our friends at Bromberg's, they've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. They've also got an extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides and grooms in Birmingham. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online today. Go to brombergs.com.
First, answer your question. You were asking us about Group of 5 quarterbacks.
Okay, so Ben Roethlisberger would be a good
That's the
answer.
mag. That's who I'd go
answer,
with.
yeah.
Who would you say?
Kellen Moore.
Kellen Moore's a great answer. Chad Pennington's.
Just Group of 5. I thought you were going conference by conference. Overall Group of 5?
Yeah,
Kellen Moore. Yeah. But you'd give me Roethlisberger in the mag. That was the right answer in the mag.
Jordan Lynch was really good.
Yeah, he was. I can go Big Ben. And you maybe swayed somebody this time with the Steelers too, right? Well, what about Alex Smith? Would you go...
Yeah, Utah then.
See, I continue to forget. I mean, he'd be in the mix.
And who was the guy when TCU really had it kicking?
Andy Dalton?
Andy Dalton.
Dalton.
That's right.
The old red rifle.
Yeah.
It's funny. We were talking about redheads.
We were, ironically. Speaking of burns, Rockstar, what happened? Tell me what happened here.
I was in there. I went on in the room. I've got to depart pretty quickly after the show today.
You got shits or something?
He's playing golf.
I've got an appointment.
Yep.
And so I went in there to tell everyone, have a nice weekend, and what a great job they've done this week. I do that.
way to scoff.
I know. I do that after every show, but I knew I was going to have to leave real quickly, so I decided to do it quickly today.
When I say it, I mean it, guys, just so you know.
Okay. It is the competition. We have a scoreboard back there.
I expect you to do a good job.
I try not to say it every day where it does mean more.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
It's insulting to think you don't do a good job every day.
I mentioned that Scott's daughter, we mentioned Scott, he's always got a busy schedule with his daughters. One of his daughters playing softball about an hour and a half away from here. And I told Rockstar you ought to go with him. And Rockstar said, no, I'm playing at the Diplomat tonight. And I was like, oh, that's right. I said,
that.
I might come
and
out.
that's what I said. I said, you know what? I might bring the family. And Rockstar said, well, it's going to be outside and it's going to be cold. I was like, yeah, I don't want to have to sit outside. And Rockstar said, you're about to go play golf for 4 hours outside.
And you're actually sitting outside right now.
The struggle is real with Brown.
I can't wait to get outside.
I'm going to suffer
Me
for
too.
my game.
I'm going to suffer for my game.
Get to thaw out.
I'd love to sit outside and eat some Diplomat chili and watch Rockstar play.
I was like, God, Rockstar, I'd bring the family, but I don't think it's going to be too cool. I don't want to sit outside. He goes, Brad, you're about to go outside for 4 hours to play golf. Sorry, Rockstar.
It's all right. I'll be there, though.
Have you ever gone to see him at Diplomat?
Have I ever gone to see you at the Diplomat?
That would be a no.
Who's the last person to come to see you play?
How do you know?
Last time I played was at Saul's Juke Joint. I did not see one, two.
Who's
seen you the most and the most at Diplomat?
Who's the last person to come
sure
see you
it's
play?
Dunaway.
Who's the last person to come see you play?
I don't keep a tab.
Well, it's Dunaway.
Yeah, I remember.
It was in your bedroom.
You know where Rockstar wasn't playing? In Jim's living room. Yeah. That's for sure.
Would you charge more for the Dunaways? Of course, you'd have to get them together first. That'd be the problem.
You wouldn't want to turn your back. I know
Seriously.
Shorts on Rockstar.
Rockstar, you ever see anything like this? Like this. By the way, you're doing really good. You're doing really good.
Rockstar,
real
it was a Monday night. You were at a random pizza place outside.
Yeah.
I came, hosted your in-laws. Oh, your parents and Nancy
That
at
was
my
when
table.
She was first pregnant.
Yeah.
Now she's quite large.
Dunaway would say, I expected better songs.
I was on my way to play poker. Back when I used to do that on the reg.
On the reg.
Yep.
Get us out of here.
That's the show today.
I can't wait to see your new shirt. Please post it.
My new shirt?
Yeah, you're going to pick up a shirt before you go to Eric's church.
Yeah, enjoy the concert. Man.
Thank you. I'm in the church choir tonight.
Oh, yeah.
And until next time, God bless you. God bless America. Let's go, Eric Church. Put on a show.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Here we go live on our new week now. Hope you enjoyed the morning replay from Friday's show. The Eric Church concert was fantastic, by the way. My shirt ended up being very...
It's every J. He has a different damn shirt on.
Very subtle gray is what it ended up being. Very subtle gray.
Did you go
for the
buy
concert.
a new shirt?
I did. I picked up a nice, just a gray shirt that I thought, Eric would like for the concert.
Everybody, I'm going to sing another song
Did
in a
you do
minute.
this? Did you do this move? Look at that shirt.
Before we move on to another hit.
Oh, were you talking about this T-shirt, Rockstar, the Miami Hurricanes?
It's a different. I mean, God.
Well,
St. Peter's one. I could not wait to see you with a St. Peter's shirt.
I just wanted to throw a little shout out to Miami. I think I'm correct with Miami losing. That sends LT on the trip, right? That is officially done. It is done. My team advanced on.
I got asked a lot about that over the weekend. Lunsford said yes. Yeah. I got asked a lot about that over the weekend, and everyone was attuned to the fact that it ain't me.
Yeah.
But I got asked, how was it breakdown for Dunaway and Lance? How do we determine who goes? And I'm like, I got to be honest with you. When I found out it wasn't me, I tapped out. I don't know.
Yeah, one game is all it was, and it was Kansas advancing on, and that's all it took. And now LT is officially the guy on his way down. In fact, I jumped all the way up, Brown. You and I just darted up the board. LT's dead last. Forster is next to last. Forster and LT. If we were going by my system, Forster and LT would be going together on this trip. One person behind the glass, one person in front of the glass, and we'd pack those two up and send them away for the summer. Lunsford plummeted as well. Rockstar still on top, cruising right along.
Of everyone in the show, Scott is newest to the family, of all of us together.
Right.
And he's traveled with the likes of Mike Rada and Speegs and, Patrick Brigman. I'm just going, all the old 3340 alums, right? Do you go back as far as Krista Sorry, Scott? No, not as Kelly Hunter? No. But he's traveled a bunch of TV guys, Scott has. He's never traveled with anybody like Lance.
That would have
been an experience. Yeah.
I assume Scott always drove everywhere they went, too. So that would be, you'd definitely be driving.
Yeah.
There'd be a lot of legwork. A lot of legwork.
We should do it just for the video aspect of it all. Welcome in, though, live today. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown. Lance Taylor is off this week. A lot of you are enjoying spring break. We will continue to talk about the NCAA tournament, football camps for Auburn and Alabama, a lot going on in the NFL. But can anybody start any show today without talking about the Oscars last night? We threw out a poll question last night, fake or real. And I guess by the time Will Smith got up and gave his acceptance speech that lasted about an hour and a half, because I assumed the band was scared to death to play him off.
Do not start the music.
Hey, play him off. I am not playing him off.
Let's do the G.I. Jane theme.
Yeah.
That would have been kind of funny.
I mean, that was insane on the Will Smith slap last night.
So the only I'm not a big awards show guy, as you know, over the years.
Well, I wasn't watching. I usually do, but I wasn't watching.
I wasn't watching either. And the only reason I even knew that the Academy Awards were last night is because it goes so late. We do not do the zone on 3340. So I had the Sunday night off. So it's really the only reason I was remotely aware that they were on. And I was not watching. I don't even know what I was watching, but I had something else on, and I was just scrolling through Twitter, and it blew up.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those rating spikes,
right?
Where once that went crazy on social media, if you were not already watching it, boom, you turned it on, because I instantly turned it on.
Right.
I don't know why I turned it on. I thought maybe they'd be doing like a booth review, an instant replay, breaking it down like we do in sports. But I was there in time to watch the Will Smith acceptance speech. How did it play? Jerry Jeudy, former Alabama receiver. The man slapped him, then got an Oscar. I mean, he won Best Actor 20 minutes later and gave it the longest acceptance speech of all time. It was unbelievable.
I know. No, it was incredible. I can't believe what unfolded there. Like I was only seeing the video. I was blown away watching it. And I don't know how I feel. I mean, you think it's real, right? Because a lot of people like it's a ratings grab.
Well, in our Farmfolio chat room and also on our Twitter feed at Next Round Live, where we do the Cowan Equipment poll question. Do you think the Will Smith slap of Chris Rock was real or a publicity stunt? Now, sometimes you don't know it's a publicity stunt until later on when you find out Will Smith and Chris Rock are in a detective movie together or something.
Movie, yeah.
But obviously he made a joke about his wife's haircut, and she's suffering from a medical ailment, which I can only assume that Chris Rock didn't know at the time. Instantly, when we sent that poll out last night, 32% of you believed it was a publicity stunt. But as the night progressed, and Rockstar's new to it today, and Lunsford and Forrester saw it last night as well, I don't think it was fake. I think it was absolutely real. Because I think with the reaction I saw from people, including Stephen A. Smith, who had
an opinion on it.
Stephen A. Yes,
crawled out of a hole, finally got an opinion.
Yeah, guy finds a camera quick. He said it was one of the lowest moments in Will Smith's career.
Well, I mean, some will praise him because he's standing up for his lady.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
You probably need to read a little bit more into their relationship to find out some more details about their relationship. But
it's what we like to call an open relationship.
That's what I hear. I don't really understand.
I think they've been very upfront about it. The thing is, like, you don't know if they're acting Rockstar because everybody there is an accomplished actor, right? So, I mean, that's what makes it difficult. Everybody's like, it's an act. Well, I don't know. I mean, Will Smith's a pretty good actor. In fact, so good.
He's the actor. Yeah.
He was up there getting an award for it.
But it was really like, I mean, when you have all those Hollywood people sitting there going,
is this for real or not? I can't really tell.
Is this a skit? Is Amy Schumer about to come out and break this up?
Well, because the Oscars ratings just keep plummeting every single year. And if you see this spike, they're going to do Jerry Springer stuff actually brings people in. The social media. I don't have a lot of very good internet where I am. And I do not go on social media. We were in Troy this weekend for another baby shower.
All right.
This one with the church ladies.
How much do you guys have now?
We have enough baby stuff. We just need what they call a house to put it in. So I had
build it out of diapers. We got so many diapers at all our showers. You could have built a house out of diapers.
A lot of those, but we got when I got in this morning, I looked at it, and then when Lunsford sat down, I said, "Will Smith won the Oscar," and he said something about, "Did you see the Chris Rock thing?" I did not. I don't know what you're talking about. And then that's when Dunaway goes, "Did you see it?" I go, "Nope." Have no idea what's going on.
So did you watch the unedited version or the American version?
There's a Japanese version.
Yeah, there's a Japanese version where they don't censor it.
Will is upset.
Yeah, as Elbert says, he slapped the man. Then in his acceptance speech said God has called him to be a vessel of love.
Those two seem to be contradictory.
And did he have one thing where years ago where a reporter, like it was during a red carpet event, somebody tried to kiss him? Like a male tried to kiss him, and he slapped the ever-living hell out of him, too.
I don't remember that.
Like, I don't know if it was a joke. The guy was like just trying to be a joke or something, and Will got really upset and tried to slap him.
Yeah, your best tweet of the night, though, there was a couple of them. One came from Jake Paul. You know who Jake Paul is, the guy who does all the stage boxing matches. Yeah. He says, "Someone please get me Will Smith's boxing representatives on the phone, ASAP. He wants to fight Will Smith."
Yeah, that'd be one punch.
And then Lauren Scharf is just a comedic writer. And she said, "Of course, Will Smith used an open hand on Chris because paper beats rock." Hey-o. That's a funny line.
Yeah.
That is good.
It was a G.I. Jane joke. That was the funny part.
All right, let's get to basketball. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. Bromberg's, there for your, if you want to send an apology to somebody, Bromberg's can give you a great diamond.
Yeah, I don't think Will's going to do that for Chris. Family owned and operated since 1836, Bromberg's has established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds, as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. They've also got an extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides and grooms in the Birmingham area. Two great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit, and online, brombergs.com.
I tweeted yesterday, we've got a Final Four that should be on PBS. It's such country club blue bloods.
I mean, it's almost impossible to get more blue-blooded.
Yeah,
I think there's really about only one other team you'd have to sub in.
I don't understand why people are questioning whether Villanova is blue bloods. Here's a look at your blue blood Final Four. And Villanova's in there. It is new money, obviously, but they've won 2 national championships in recent years. I mean,
3 overall, right?
If you just look since 2000, just 2000, you're talking about those 4 teams. They've won 48% of the national championships when this is over with. Half of them by the time this is over with. Nova won in 18 and 16, North Carolina in 17, 09, 05, Duke in 15, 10, and 01, and Kansas in 08. Kansas is the one that's pulling up the rear here with only one since the year 2000. But you're talking about half of the national championships since we flipped the calendar to a new century. And we're about to go play a Final Four with those 4 teams. We talk about Cinderella, and what St. Peter's did was amazing. But this Final Four excites me that you've got such quality programs, including the winningest program of all time now in Kansas.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I think the only way you can make it more blue blood. I don't know how you view UCLA. Like, I don't. It's so weird. I don't necessarily view them as a blue blood because they won a bunch compressed under one coach.
Yeah, but they won it with Jim Herrick. Ben Howland had them into the Final Four.
I guess I should. I was going to say
national championship game last year.
Yeah, I was going to say sub out Villanova, sub in Kentucky is about the only way you can make it more blue blooded.
Oh no, that's a true statement though.
Yeah,
that is a true statement.
But maybe
Kentucky was there.
Yeah, maybe UCLA has to be involved too. But this is when Villanova is the worst of the blue bloods. You know it's pretty stout. And this is, I don't know if this is what I want for my Final Four. You know how I feel, right?
Right.
I like Cinderella. I like Cinderella pulling some upsets, but I want Cinderella out of the way, and I want the big-name teams playing. This is what I want. And maybe I'm not saying America has to agree with me on this, but if you're going to give me a Final Four that's Duke, North Carolina, especially if they're playing one another, Duke, North Carolina, Kansas, Villanova, thank you very much. This is what I sign up to watch. I don't – as nice as George Mason was under Jim Larinaga as a story, I didn't want George Mason in my Final Four.
That's right.
They were there messing it up.
And I didn't want Miami this time around.
I didn't want Miami this time around. And people throw out Butler. Butler wasn't a Cinderella. Butler was a 5 seed. And then I think the next year, weren't they like a 2 or 3 seed or something? Maybe they were an 8 and a 5 or something like that.
Something like that, 7 and 5.
Those were good teams. Those weren't St. Peter's. Butler was not St. Peter's. So you throw them out of the discussion here. This is what I want my Final Four to look like.
Nick, I disagree with you, Nick. UCLA is not more blue blood than Villanova. Not anymore. No.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, you made the point. Wood won 1,000 of them, and then Herrick has won one. And they've been back. I mean,
at some point you've got to say modern day basketball, right? John Wooden won 1,000 of them, but is that even modern day basketball?
Well,
if you start in 1970. I don't even know if that's modern day basketball. Go to 1980, and we'll start in 1980, and that gives you 40 years of basketball.
I think when the tournament expanded to 64 is a good place to start with modern day basketball, right? However, UCLA all-time has 1,900 wins, and Villanova's got 1,800. So, yeah. I mean, I don't know how to do it.
But I bet that's closer than even Nick thinks there.
Yeah.
They were within 1,000 of all-time wins.
Yeah, I don't know how to do it either because Wooden won a bunch of them, but I generally judge since the advent of the 64 team field. That's kind of where I
that start. Late 80s?
It was 82, 83, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. The shot clock came in like 85. That was really the big thing that made basketball more modern. I think it was 85.
That'd be a good place to start in 85.
Yeah, whenever the shot clock came in, which I think was 85, that's pretty good.
So we did have good basketball, though, and it was interesting that St. Peter's bounced Purdue and made it as far as they did. Interesting now, though, to no surprise that their coach, Shaheen Holloway, is being introduced likely today as the new head coach at Seton Hall. So he uses that to move on. He's a Seton Hall guy.
Yep.
I was a longtime assistant there, and Kevin Willard moved on to be the head coach at Maryland. So Seton Hall has an opening, and this guy got hot at the right time, so he can go back and now he may have gotten the job anyway. If he'd have lost in the first round, he may have gotten the job because he was an 8-year assistant there.
And he's already recruiting that area because St. Peter's and Seton Hall are in roughly the same geographic area.
That's right.
They're recruiting that same area of states and cities and boroughs and whatever communities, whatever you want to say. So it is a natural fit. I don't know that this is an example of just falling in love with a guy that gets hot in the tournament, which is a pet peeve of mine. You're right. Shaheen Holloway may have gotten this job no matter what, but good for him. I mean, they were the story of the tournament. Everybody fell in love with them. But one of the reasons I like the Cinderellas to get on out of the way is because of the day like we had yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday was a pretty boring day of basketball compared to every other day we had in this tournament. That was the worst day we had.
This has been a fun tournament. Yesterday, you had 2 absolute beatdowns in the Elite Eight. I mean, North Carolina St. Peter's was a no contest. Miami played with Kansas for a minute.
First half,
and then Kansas was like, okay.
Yeah. And that was Greg Byrne, TJ Jeff over in the chat room over there. That was the Greg Byrne, Alabama AD, handing the trophy to Jay Wright. Greg was on the committee. There you see him doing the introduction and handing the trophy to Villanova yesterday. The Alabama AD was on the selection committee this year, and they go and they man each of the regionals, and Greg was in charge of that region. And that's why he was handing out the trophy, part of the selection committee duties that he has there.
A lot of people are wondering what it will be like if Mark Emmert has to hand the trophy to Bill Self.
Yeah.
With Bill Self being one of the last guys still standing that was tied up in all of this Adidas and Nike.
If Kansas wins it all, I mean, you probably don't even waste time printing a banner at that point, because there's a good chance that they may pull that thing down at some point.
Well, we're seeing the NCAA, get a little more active. They're now in with LSU and Memphis, with Penny Hardaway and the Memphis basketball situation. I don't know that they'll ever hit a blue blood like Kansas, but a lot of people are saying that would be super awkward. A guy, Mark Emmert, having to hand the trophy to a guy like Bill Self.
Yeah, well, we've seen it. We've seen it happen. It's happened over the years when the NCAA's had to give it to a program that they've hit pretty hard. There was always allegations about Miami football, and they had to hand it to Larry Coker one time and for a national championship. I guess it was a bowl rep there, not technically an NCAA guy.
Doesn't it feel like, though, that the natural thing that happens now is Duke wins this whole thing? Now that they're there.
Yeah, I mean,
doesn't that just feel like the Disney storybook ending that you're supposed? It's not the ending I want, but it feels like the Disney storybook ending.
Give me, if you will, Rockstar cut number 6. You bring that up instantly after Duke's win. Now, he did not know exactly at the moment he was playing North Carolina, but there was a good chance they were going to be playing North Carolina. Coach K had this to say, because it's his farewell tour, and this is something that's been going on for a long, long time. And Coach K finally says this after winning the West Regional.
Paulo, the other day you said that it's been the plan all along to send off Coach as a champion. How confident are you that's going to happen, and do you feel any different after tonight?
We've already been 2 champions, so they've fulfilled everything. Let's not talk about
one
me.
game at a time.
We talk about them. They've won a regular season championship, and they've won the Western Regional championship. And they did that. They did it for us. And enough about doing it for the old man here. And we're not going to do it unless we all own it. And we all own this. We all own this moment together. That's what we're playing for.
I mean, he can get frustrated all he wants, but the reason the question is asked is because of him.
Well, it is. You have the opportunity to retire without having a swan song.
Like most people do.
Yeah, most people retire and say, that was it. I'm done. You don't say before it all goes down, this is going to be my final year, and take a lap around the track and let everybody pat you on the back. That leads to these questions right there. And it does put added pressure on the Duke players, who, by the way, have handled it tremendously since they got beat down by North Carolina. Oh, by the way, here comes North Carolina and Duke in the semifinals.
So good.
And we'll talk more about that. But North Carolina has now got to cash a few. They've got to cash a few checks at their mouth wrote after beating Coach K in the final game at Cameron Indoor.
It's fantastic. This is this is once, I don't know, I guess it was like sometime last week, I had not looked ahead in the brackets. It occurred to me, oh gosh, we could get Duke North Carolina now. And I brought it up to you guys, and y'all were both like, yeah, we could get that. I don't know if we're going to.
But then now you do, and if you remember how it all ended the last time, you had North Carolina winning at Cameron Indoor in the final meeting of those two, everyone thought, and they'll have to wear that one forever. Coach K's final game at Cameron Indoor, we beat them. They got to wear that forever. Well, you forget about that if Duke beats them in the Final Four in the first ever meeting of these two schools in the NCAA tournament. That one's going to resonate a little bit more than the last game at Cameron Indoor. All that to get to. Best and worst of the weekend when we come back, and I'll tell you about the show lineup after Brownie tells us about the great folks at Mortgage Right, whether it's a refinance or a new mortgage or just wanting to rework your mortgage. Maybe you're buying a new house this spring or summer. Anywhere in our viewing and listening area, coast to coast, Maine to California, Mortgage Right can take care of you.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you're doing a refinance, it could be college tuition, home improvements, anything, man. You can use your home equity to get cash fast at Mortgage Right. MortgageRight.com/TNR. MortgageRight.com/TNR for more information. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Nick's making a point about getting into the game. Nick says, my wife wants to get tickets bad. $610 to get in, he says. Now, keep in mind, you're in the Superdome. So, I mean, get in price.
You may be able to see the court.
Yeah, you'll be watching the game on the big screen.
Yes.
From probably the 610 seats.
But you can always say you were there.
Yeah. And we were the Alabama LSU game for the national championship in 2011 season, so 2012. The press box at the Superdome is at the top.
Yeah, it's the highest thing in the stadium,
Yeah.
and you literally feel like you're leaned out over the field.
Yeah, to watch it, and you're at the top of the dome. And it's okay. I can watch a football game from up there. I don't know if I can watch a basketball game from up there.
Yeah.
But I was at the Final Four when Auburn was there up at the Viking Stadium, and I, because the guy I used to work with, Landrum Roberts, was he was an Auburn guy.
Right.
So I gave him my courtside seat to let him sit in that. And so I went up to the press box where the alternate media was. And I went up there, and I could watch basketball from up there, okay, but that's sort of mid-tier. It's sort of the suite area.
Yeah, not top of the stadium.
Not the top of the stadium. But if you want to just be there, if you're a North Carolina or Duke person, and just be there for it because it's the first time,
yeah.
Or it could be Coach K's last game, or it's Coach K's last time to beat North Carolina, just to be inside the dome and be in the city when that's going on, it's going to be a good time down in New Orleans. Here's our Michelson look ahead. Matt Hayes joins us coming up at the top of the hour to start hour 2. He's from Saturday Down South, writes a story today about Jimbo Fisher building a monster, and it's time for the monster to eat now. That's coming up at the top of the hour. Tim Brando, that guy, Tim Brando, joins us to start hour number 3. He's with us at 11 o'clock. He's called a lot of North Carolina Duke games. We'll talk to Tim about that, about Coach K, and also about some college football, all that at 11. Other than that, it's all you and us, and we'll do best and worst of the weekend coming up. That's the Michelson Look Ahead, brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, LASIK could be right for you. The great thing about Michelson Laser Vision, they'll tell you it may not be right for you, but boy, if it is, it could be life-changing. 969-8100, MichelsonLaserVision.com, 969-8100. Let Dr. Mark or Dr. Jennifer Michelson change your life. Go get that LASIK surgery today. Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
The racing, the big one, the camping. It's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
You've heard some of my coworkers talk about the amazing results they've had from Way to Wellness. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. I didn't set out to drop a bunch of weight. I was just looking for sensible snacks to maintain my weight. I found those at Way to Wellness. You can too. Visit aplanforme.com. Whether you want to lose weight or just snack more sensibly and maintain your weight, you can do that with Way to Wellness. I love the fudge graham and the caramel crunch. They are terrific. Find out more at aplanforme.com. And join us here on The Next Round for our journey to a healthier life with Way to Wellness.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Auburn had a scrimmage over the weekend. Alabama continued practice as well. From Auburn, Jarquez Hunter out the rest of the spring. They decided to go ahead and clean up some damage in his knee. He'll be on the shelf for 8 to 10 weeks. Man, they worked Tank Bigsby all over the place, including returning punts and kicks as they try to find a returner, something that you end up doing. And if you're wondering about Auburn and Zach Calzada and why he's not getting first-team reps or anything like that, he's dealing with a shoulder. He's in a brace, and he's not going to be live most likely for all of spring, so it's impossible for him to compete for the starting job. So if there is a competition between Finley and Calzada, it's going to come in August.
Yeah, and I feel like that's when the real competition will be anyway, don't you? I mean, it's easy to pick a guy in spring, but August, the season's staring you down, and you got to get it right at that point. So I feel like early camp, the first 2 weeks of camp and those scrimmages early on probably are going to be hugely important in this quarterback race.
And that keeps you from losing either one of these to the portal or bouncing out for one reason or another. But both have already moved from one school to another, so they're likely tied where they are. Unless they get a degree somewhere. Okay, best and worst of the weekend. We do it every Monday right here. It's brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services.
If something is not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster could strike at any moment. We've experienced that on this show, and we use Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill, the only ones we trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. They do it right and at a fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Obviously my best of the weekend was the Eric Church concert back on Friday night. It was fantastic. The guy, by the way, started at 9 o'clock, Rockstar, and played until midnight. 3 hours, nonstop. Doesn't take a break.
Well, that's over curfew. I think there's curfews, and sometimes artists have to pay a fine if they go over.
Seriously?
Yeah, it's like you have to be done. You have a hard out at 11 p.m. If you go over, there's a payment, but that's usually outdoor events.
Okay, this was at the BJCC, and but it oddly finished exactly at 11:59. So could it be a midnight curfew?
That could be something like that. But it's just sometimes you have to pay a large fine.
Yeah, but a good solid 3 hours, and I really liked it at the end. He sends the band off. There's none of that walking off the stage and that fake we want more, Eric, or whatever, to bring him out, and he comes back and do more songs. The band leaves, and he just stays out with a guitar and plays 3 or 4 more songs.
See, I like that.
Yeah.
Does Eric Church do a lot of who is that?
That's Lauren Sisler's husband, John Willard, and I. We went to the concert together.
Okay, so he went with you?
And my gray shirt.
Oh, we see the color of the gray shirt right there.
And a Bud Light.
Yeah, very good.
Yes,
and
all
a TNR
the
hat.
in. Got all the sponsors in.
Yeah, and the hat that pays the bills. So congratulations.
Yeah.
Does Eric Church do a lot of political or social commentary during his concerts? Is he much of a talker?
Doesn't talk between songs very much.
Really?
Yeah.
Good, because I like that. I mean, I'm not being critical of that. I like that.
Yeah, he will stop occasionally and say things like, before he sang Talladega, just how big. I can't remember if he talked before or afterward, just how big it was to play the song here. And there's a lot of Dale Earnhardt flags that were handed up, but he doesn't talk a lot between songs.
Yeah.
Did you contact Marty?
I just texted him during the show and said, your boy's putting on a show. And then afterwards, I said, if you're on the plane with him, tell him it was 3 hours. You get your money's worth. Loved it. I did not try to get backstage with him or anything.
Marty sent us, I think it was just me and you, right?
A picture when he arrived?
Yeah, a photo when he arrived from one of the It's Nice to Have You in Birmingham signs. But that was the last conversation I had with Marty. So I didn't know.
Now, I will tell you that when Marty sent that text early in the day, it's nice to have you in Birmingham, which I think is from the private airport, right?
Oh, I don't. There are several of them around town. It was not the big one that's downtown. It was a smaller one.
Right. I would tell you that at that point, I did write back, including Ryan on it. I did say, yes, sir, ! Getting dressed now and about to drive downtown. I'll be in the choir tonight.
Oh.
Loosely saying that, hey, reminding you, Marty, I'm coming down. If you'd like to invite me backstage, go ahead.
Here.
Message received, Jim. Ignore.
My worst of the weekend, though, brought to you by...
Here, Marty was saying.
That's right.
Message received, Big Jim.
My worst of the weekend, they changed the name of the Outback Bowl.
Oh, I haven't seen this.
Yes.
Did they lose the sponsorship?
I assume that Outback's not doing well these days.
Man, the Outback has been on that thing for a long time.
But yeah, it's exactly right. I don't remember it being a different bowl name.
It was the Hall of Fame Bowl, right? I think that's
what it was.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. And the Outback, to me, correct me if I'm wrong, it goes as far back as the Big Sombrero before you guys built a new stadium. I think that was already the Outback Bowl back then.
Yep.
So y'all have had that stadium for a long time. In fact, I'm not sure how many bowl sponsorships have had this long of a run.
It's one of the longest ones, but now it's going to be just the Tampa Bay Bowl. I get the feeling that
they've got no sponsor.
Well, I get the feeling that maybe the tourism board is sponsoring it or something, but it's the Tampa Bay Bowl. They got logos and everything. They were bragging about that. But I'm going to miss the Outback connection there, not because you get to watch the sideline analyst like our buddy Cole Kublik eating a bloomin' onion or something like that. I get used to bowls being called a certain thing, and I'd forgotten it was the Hall of Fame Bowl. That's why I go back to saying we should name a bowl game and then have it presented by a sponsor, because these sponsors are going to change and you lose the history of your bowl game.
Yeah, but the sponsor doesn't like that because it's too easy to drop their name off of it.
Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl, though, we say Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl.
We do. That's probably a rarity. Like if it were the Tampa Bay Bowl presented by Outback, you're not going to say that. You're just going to call it Tampa Bay Bowl.
Yes, I mean Rose Bowl. I forget who was presented by Capital One, I assume.
No,
Nokia. It's not Nokia. It's
I think
IMG.
No. I think it's Northwestern Mutual.
Okay.
No. See?
Yeah.
I mean, I can't even remember.
But
I watch that one every year.
They're on the field and they're on the broadcast.
They are. But I mean, they pay that money so that when we're talking about it here in Birmingham, where's South Carolina going this year? They're going to the Outback Bowl. They're playing Michigan.
Yep.
I mean, there's a great deal of value in that.
It'll be hard to get that one out.
It will be. It will be. That's a shame. I hate that, man. I hate that for Outback. It's a good restaurant. I hope they're not struggling that bad. Yeah. They've been with that a long time.
I still call the Shreveport Bowl the Weed Eater Bowl.
Yeah, the Poulan Weed Eater Bowl.
I'll drop the Independence Bowl and do Weed Eater Bowl.
But Walk-Ons took that one on, so that's your home. That's your favorite bowl game.
I can't tell you the last time I've seen the bowl in Shreveport, though.
The Walk-Ons Bowl?
That seems like it's going on when I'm
I don't know.
Traveling or somewhere.
I'm with you on that one. I haven't watched it in a while. Yeah. It's tough. I mean, that's a tough industry, obviously. And if you've got a game like the Sugar Bowl or the Rose Bowl that has stood the test of time, the Cotton Bowl. You're always going to keep that name involved, right? Because, I mean, there are not many, Rose, Sugar, Cotton. Once you get past that, there are not many that you would say, hey, now that one has really stood the test of time. I mean, it feels like even the Fiesta Bowl is new money, and the Peach Bowl is new money, and the Tampa Bay Bowl is new money.
Let's do a little research on that. I would like to know the longest sponsorship of bowls, because you're right, that's going to be in the mix for being one of the longest ones out there.
I can remember when I was a kid. I don't know if you guys ever drank Sunkist. Rockstar, did you ever drink Sunkist?
I was a soft drink fiend. I would drink anything other than water. So yes.
Yeah, Sunkist always sponsored the Fiesta Bowl. I don't know if you guys remember that. It was the Sunkist Fiesta Bowl.
One of the worst drinks to be hot, I think.
What, Sunkist?
Hot Sunkist is like if you leave it in the sun and you have it in the can, you haven't drank it for, leave it out there for 30 minutes. That is one of the worst soft drinks that are hot. Go ahead.
But for whatever reason, though, the Sunkist Fiesta Bowl always made me want to try a Sunkist. It really did. I mean, it actually worked.
Yeah, it did. I mean, I'd drink it as well.
Yeah.
About the only time I would drink a Sunkist was during the holidays.
Like, I remember when I was a kid, the Sugar Bowl was sponsored by USF&G Insurance. And that doesn't matter to me. I'm a kid.
Yeah,
what do I care about
for
insurance?
Me. I remember Nokia
Yeah,
for
there
a
was
while.
the Nokia Sugar Bowl, too, after USF&G, which was a super long name for the USF&G Sugar Bowl.
Invesco QQQQQQQ.
No, but I mean, Sunkist, now that would work for me. I would want a Sunkist.
Yeah. Tostitos.
Tostitos became, they became the sponsor of the Fiesta Bowl, no doubt. Who doesn't like a good Tostito?
I don't know. We got to do something with the bowl names before it gets too late. But I agree with our buddy Josh Pate. The first thing you got to do when you take over, if we ever have a commissioner, is to play the national championship on Saturday night. But number 2 for me was probably secure, if we're going to keep doing bowl games, secure some kind of continuity so we have a history, a timeline of these bowl games. I don't know how you can do it, but these changing sponsorships takes away the legacy of the bowls. Like the Hall of Fame Bowl was in Birmingham, it moved to Tampa. That's a dividing point in the history of that bowl game. So I don't know. I don't know if the Hall of Fame Bowl claims the Birmingham years or if you just do the Tampa years. It just gets where it's so complicated. I like the straight timeline you have of the Rose Bowl, the Sugar Bowl, the Peach Bowl.
Yeah,
the Orange Bowl.
Yeah, no, I'm with you 100% on that. And I left the orange out and the ones that, have got some history there with the Sugar Cotton, Orange, and Rose. I mean, those have stood the test of time. My apologies to the Orange Bowl. Love that game. The problem with Josh's thought on this is that's an NFL day. I mean, what are you going to do about that?
Yeah, you just claim a Saturday night and let them work around it.
Well, they've got the more popular product.
They
generally, that's not who you want, quote unquote, letting them work around it. They've got the more viewed product. If you had the more viewed product, that's when you put it there, and they're like, whoa, all right, we're staying away from that.
But aren't they eventually going to? I mean, this is a much deeper discussion for another time. But aren't they eventually going to take over Monday nights as well? Is that usually the?
Well, I don't think so. Not during the national championship game because you're already into the playoffs. I don't think they'll have a Monday night playoff game that deep in the playoffs.
Yeah.
They will initially, but I don't think that deep.
They did in that very first weekend.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to go that deep.
Brown's going to tell us about NASCAR. I'll tell you, yesterday Ross Chastain was the winner. Ross Chastain, owned by popular musical artist, not him personally, but his race team, Trackhouse Racing, owned by Pitbull.
Oh, nice to see him.
Yep. Pitbull gets
Mr. Worldwide.
He gets the win. It's the first win for his race team on the Cup Series.
I saw Todd Furman tweet that this was another long shot. So apparently it's the year of the long shots in NASCAR. This guy was 40-1 to win.
Yep, and it's on a road course, which opens it up, and controversial at the end. He had to knock people out of the way to get there.
Just like Pitbull would have done.
Including A.J. Allmendinger.
Right.
And he banged his way to the win. It's a tough track for the NASCAR guys. It's really good for the F1 cars or the open wheel cars. The NASCAR cars, it wasn't great racing to me, but it's a beautiful course outside of Austin and or right there in Austin. And Ross Chastain is the winner.
You know what else?
He won't win when he comes to Talladega.
No, he won't. But it is a beautiful course. But it's also great racing at Talladega. And it's going to be the first time you'll get to see that next-gen car on the high banks to the Talladega Super Speedway, the Geico 500, Sunday, April 24. Here's what you're going to want to do. You're going to want to enhance your race weekend with this garage experience. It's the best in NASCAR. Big Bill's is phenomenal, and you want to watch the race there. You can find more information at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. That is TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Or for tickets, call 877-GO-TO-DEGA. That's 877-462-3342. 877-GO-TO-DEGA or TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
We'll do more of your best and worst of the weekend, brought to you by Hemp Hill, coming up in the next segment. Brownie, do you have a best or a worst from the weekend? I know it's your birthday today.
Thank you, Jim. It is my birthday today. Do you know how old I am? Can Lance guess my age?
I'm going to say
6'1", borderline 6'2".
I'm going to say today is your 47th birthday.
46, Jim. I am 46 today.
46.
So as you would Lance would say, you're mid to late 40s.
I'm mid to late 40s. I remember when Lance was 46 and I referred to him as late 40s. That didn't go over well.
No, he did.
No, he did not like that one.
Not in my late 40s.
Late 40s.
He almost went Will Smith on you.
Yes. I mean,
keep my age
out your mouth. He looked like he had tears in his eyes when he was saying, I know Will Smith's an actor, right? So I should buy it, but he did look like he had tears in his eyes. You know, I really did. I just had a normal weekend.
Yep. No best, no worst?
My wife and I started Bridgerton again. Not as good as season 1.
Because no sex?
Well, there is none of that. Again, I didn't watch it for that, but the storylines are just a little bit different. Now, to the defense of Bridgerton, I was in and out of sleep in the first episode we watched and then woke up for the second episode. So after the first one was over, I told Jennifer it ended, and I was like, this season is just not as good as the last season we watched. She goes, you might have seen 20 minutes of that.
Well, I have a worst.
She immediately called me on it. Of course you did.
What's your worst?
We went to the lovely land of Troy this weekend for another shower. Saturday was when we left. Left at 10:30 a.m. This kind of happens. I forgot it was spring break, but from the beginning of Alabaster on 65 all the way to Calera, an hour and 15 minutes of bumper-to-bumper traffic. And when we finally got to, we assumed it was a wreck. Like, this has got to be bad. It's bumper-to-bumper for an hour and 15. We get there. It is a minivan, literal fender bender. And they finally put her to the side of the road. Just the bumper was a little bit shifted on a minivan.
Yeah.
Hour and 15 minutes. But we went to Durbin Farms because somebody had to have a pee break.
Sir.
Guy at the front desk. Loves the new show.
Big fan of the show.
Big fan of the show.
I've stopped at Durbin Farms right there to get some peach ice cream.
We got kettle corn.
Yeah, peach ice cream. And the people there, they are such nice people. And I had no idea that they liked the show. None whatsoever, right? And they sent me home with like these big old basket of fresh peaches. Like, just thank you for the show you guys do. I'm like, you don't have to do that. They are such nice people.
So that was
Durbin Farms.
From all those traffic to Durbin Farms, that kind of made up for the hour and 15 minutes to get to Calera.
They are really nice people. Sometimes I feel like they may throw nails out in the interstate because anytime there is a backup on the interstate, I automatically pull into their place just to take a break. I'm like, let's get some of that great ice cream.
You've been on the road long enough to go to the bathroom, get peach cobbler or peach ice cream or a basket of peaches and get back on the road.
Yep.
It's a great place to go. I love Durbin Farms.
It's always like, what was it, Buffalo Wild Wings that would, I don't want this game to end.
The overtime button.
They hit the overtime button. Durbin
That was a
Farms.
good campaign.
Hit the 1 hour delay button. Let's get them off there. All right, much more best and worst of the weekend when we come back. Part of the show being brought to you by the Johnston RV Hotline. You can call that hotline, 205-734-0923.
And
734-0923.
My apologies, Jim.
Our chemistry is not there anymore.
It is
man.
not. You can. I didn't know we were going to do the number twice. You can also visit Johnston RV Center online, johnstonrvcenter.com. Rodney and Nick Johnston, great family there, man. Just off I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur. Exclusive lifetime warranty from RV Warranty Forever and home to Cherokee America's #1 selling camper brand, johnstonrvcenter.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's First Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online mycookiedoughmagic.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net. If you missed my NCAA tournament package, we're at lanceslock.com. We are guaranteeing a winning tournament. Don't worry, because we still have our guaranteed full refundable day of packages available. Stay tuned to Lance's Lock on Twitter or check in each day of the tournament at lanceslock.com for information on how you can get that day's plays. We either win for you or you get your money back guaranteed. Win with us for the NCAA tournament at lanceslock.com. Again, go online. It is guaranteed this NCAA tournament, lanceslock.com.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Hookah-mania writes in, apparently you don't pay attention to NASCAR, Dunaway. Ross Chastain has finished top 3 in the last 4 Cup races. I thought I said has not won. Did I?
Well, I said he was a long shot. He was 40-1, and that was actually Furman. I don't pay attention, but he was
I'll watch it every
41.
week.
Yes,
I'll watch it every week.
I mean, I'll own it. I have not watched a ton. I love the super speedways. I'll watch every bit of Talladega and Daytona. But.
Yeah. And I don't think he wins at Talladega. That was another thing I said. They haven't last 4 races have not been on a super speedway. I don't think, right? Different racing out there. Just my opinion, Hookah-mania. Maybe Ross Chastain wins at Talladega. Right place, right time over there sometimes. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at the Urology Centers of Alabama.
The old right place, right time. You've probably seen or heard a lot of promotions for different men's clinics offering miracle cures for conditions like ED or low testosterone. The real medical experts in ED are urologists who receive extensive training in the physiology, anatomy, and treatment of both urinary disorders and genital problems, and have done extensive research in men's sexual health. Urologists have done the basic science and clinical research for the current treatments of erectile dysfunction. You owe it to yourself to discover a new personalized approach to men's health at Urology Center of Alabama's Men's Health Center. Schedule an appointment today visiting this website, UCAMen'sHealthCenter.com. Again, that is UCAMen'sHealthCenter.com, or call 205-930-0920 today. Urology Centers of Alabama, UCAMen'sHealthCenter.com.
John writes in on our Twitter feed at Next Round Live. Dunaway, you're going to go to Slipknot tomorrow night. I am not planning on it. Rockstar, what kind of music is Slipknot?
What they would call heavy.
It's a little heavy, isn't it?
Loud, aggressive.
I don't think it's much like Eric Church. You would need a new shirt for it. For sure.
The band wears masks. They all wear masks. And,
do they really?
Yeah, coveralls. They used to be there. I think they've changed their masks though. Yeah, everybody wears them. And there's like 9 members of the band. They have like 3 percussionists.
So if Dunaway bought a Slipknot shirt to wear, would it be an Affliction shirt, or does he have to go? I mean, what would he buy?
I'll get you a picture of Slipknot.
Oh, please do. Meanwhile, writing in, also you get Brett, who's writing in and says his best of the weekend was the Will Smith punch. You can't call that a punch. That was a straight up slap.
Yeah, which was weird to me, right? But I don't know, man. The whole deal's weird, obviously, but it did make a sound.
Yeah, but that's
on the mic.
That's the only way I think that I leave the door open that this was a staged thing, that this was going to happen.
For what? I mean, it was slap.
I mean, there is a combination of slapping. We see it all the time in WWE. Yeah. You can work the combo. There's actually contact in WWE of the slapping and the.
Yeah. A lot of times they'll stomp their foot. When they.
Yeah. I mean, Chris Rock's little feet. I can't imagine him making any noise with that. Anyway, that was his best of the weekend. So Rockstar is pulling up a picture of Slipknot. These guys are coming to town?
Yeah, you gonna
go? They scare me. I'll go ahead and tell you.
What's their hit, Rockstar?
Wait and Bleed.
Yeah.
They have some good. It's just really, really heavy, aggressive, heavy metal.
I could look at that and tell that it's probably aggressive.
Meanwhile, on the trending to the right side, Will Smith slaps Chris Rock. He could have killed him. Celebrities weigh in on Will Smith. Will Smith wins Best Actors minutes after smacking Chris Rock. Watch Billie Eilish and Phineas perform, scoring No Time to Die, and then Will Smith slaps.
Yeah. Yeah, I would take Will Smith in the fight. Like if those two were just to go hands, I think Will Smith probably wins that fight.
Yeah. A lot of that in our best and worst of the weekend, brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. A loss this past weekend for our friends at the Legion FC. Home game there. Colorado Springs gets them 2-0. You can be on the pitch inside Protective Stadium for the next game. We do it again Saturday night, 6:30. Rival Louisville is in town, Louisville City FC. Make sure you got your tickets to watch the Legion FC this Saturday night, 6:30, Protective Stadium. Looking for the first win of the year, BHMLegion.com, BHMLegion.com. That's how you get your tickets. They start at $7. Great family fun. Under the Lights coming up this weekend. Also, Lane Kiffin is getting some of the best and worst of the weekend. Both of that coming in from Mac. Mac says, Lane Kiffin is both my best and worst of the weekend.
Okay, that's hard to do.
His best was Lane throws out the first pitch in number 1 Ole Miss and Tennessee baseball series, and he throws the golf ball that he held up to the SEC official that was thrown at him and hit him up in Knoxville.
I love the fact that he literally kept the ball and he brought it back out for this.
It's a yellow golf ball, but he says it was the same one.
You know Lane kept it.
So he doesn't throw a baseball, Rockstar. He throws the golf ball for the first pitch.
Yeah.
Now, Ole Miss is number 1. Mm-hmm. On the flip side of that, Tennessee then proceeds to beat the you-know-what out of them, outscoring them something like 26-7 on the weekend. They don't beat them once, Rockstar. They don't beat them twice. They sweep them this weekend, and Tennessee is now the new number 1 team in the country, and they're trolling Lane Kiffin. That's his worst of the weekend, that Ole Miss couldn't back it up.
Well, it's all.
Is that Lane?
That's all he does is he's just real.
Dry mouth.
It needs water.
Saban says that's fine.
Hey, Tennessee team, though, man, they hit the long ball. I saw somebody comparing them to the old gorilla ball that LSU used to play. They hit a bunch of home runs.
They did this
weekend. They made them pay for it.
The new D1 baseball rankings, heavy with the SEC. Tennessee's 1, Arkansas 2, Vandy 9, Ole Miss is at 10, LSU 13, Florida 14, and Georgia 23. Alabama had a series against the defending national champs over the weekend. They get beat in a walk-off dramatic fashion in extra innings on Friday night 7-6. Alabama played them close. They lose in another walk-off on Saturday 8-7. Then Alabama actually beats them on Sunday 6-2, so they don't get swept. Auburn goes on the road, wins 2 of 3 at Texas A&M. UAB gets a win over Middle Tennessee.
I guess it's SEC baseball, but I was looking at it earlier today. Like the entire conference is either 3-3 or 2-4.
Yeah. That's the way it's going to be all year.
With the exception of like Arkansas and Tennessee. Everybody's 3-3 or 2-4.
The way it's going to be all year. That's just what they do. That's what happens, right? Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. When we come back, Matt Hayes is going to join the show. He's from Saturday Down South. One of his stories that he has out today is in our morning rounds of top reads. It says Jimbo Fisher's built a monster at Texas A&M. Now it's time for that monster to eat. We'll talk to Matt about that coming up.
Can't believe we're doing this without Lance here. It would be perfect for this interview. Hey, the big tent still up there at Nichols Outfitters. You got about a week to go or so, or a little less than a week, actually. There are big savings in it, 50% or more. It is going through the 1st of April. We're talking about archery bows and arrows, select firearms, brands like Cool, Badlands, Columbia, Drake, and more. More than 50% off under the big tent for the big sale. But hurry, it does not last long. It's only through the end of this month. And Nichols Outfitters in Pelham.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Why is Culver's such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day, oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. I've now been on the program for about 6 weeks, and in that time, I've now lost over 40 pounds. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals in the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and hold me accountable along with the entire Next Round crew. It's been much easier than I thought it would be, and it can be for you too. Just visit aplanforme.com to learn more about their program and then join us in our journey to healthy living. That's aplanforme.com to get started on your weight loss journey with Way to Wellness.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Headlines this hour brought to you by the great folks at Craneworks.
If you're looking for any of that DIY equipment you don't normally have, the pressure washers, sod cutters, towable boom lift, even bigger things like track loaders, dingos, skid steers, it's at the Rental Works division of Craneworks. See more at craneworks.com. Also see the coach, Wimps Anderson, try to guess that equipment on our social media feed, thanks to Rental Works, craneworks.com.
Auburn running back Jarquez Hunter out for the rest of the spring down at Auburn after their first scrimmage. He had previously had some damage in his knee. They decided to clean up that surgically. Zach Calzada not active right now. He's not in contact. He's going through mental reps there. Oklahoma State gives a pay raise to their head coach Mike Gundy, a $1 million pay raise. He's now, after being there 17 years, making $7.5 million a year. It's a perpetual 5-year contract for him. Pitt also extends Pat Narduzzi there. More spring scrimmages coming up this weekend. We're 152 days away from week 0 of college football.
All right, let's talk some of it with our guy Matt Hayes. He joins us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Matt, what's going on, man? How are you today?
Gentlemen, how are you? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man, we appreciate you coming on. Where is the most interesting spring football frequently is not interesting, but we've got new coaches, we've got quarterback battles. Where is the most interesting spring to you?
I mean, it's got to be LSU. There's first off, there's so many different faces there, including the head coach, who I think is going to do a terrific job. It's odd to me that Brian Kelly's getting so much pushback in the idea that he can win there. I mean, this is a guy who recruited. His last class at Notre Dame was a top 5 class. He's recruiting with inherent obstacles there. It's academic restrictions he's dealing with. And, you know, it's like, I kind of like it to going from drinking through a straw, you know, to stand in front of a fire hose and having a guy, you know, shoot it at you. That's the difference between Notre Dame and LSU right now. And he's going to crush it. He will crush it in recruiting. He will get guys there. Right now, this is certainly a transition year. I think it's the most interesting part is, you know, he convinced Miles Brandon to come back instead of going into the transfer portal. And then, you know, about, a month and a half later, he signs Jaden Daniels, the Arizona State quarterback, out of the transfer portal. And then he was asked about it. And I love it. You know, this is Brian Kelly to a T right here. He was like, all right, I'm going to tell you the same thing that I told Miles Brandon. Go win the job. And that's the way it should be. There shouldn't be well, you promised me this. There's no promises right now. The way this portal is, the way recruiting is, there are no promises. The way NIL is now, go win the job. If you don't like it, then go somewhere else.
Matt is always, especially on Mondays, in our top reads at nextroundlive.com, our morning rounds. And he writes today about Jimbo Fisher and how he's built a monster at College Station. Alabama fans saw it last year. They lost in College Station, but then Texas A&M lost before that and after that. What makes you think that this could be the roster that starts Jimbo moving towards a championship at College Station?
Well, honestly, he's recruited top 5 classes the last 3 years. The last one was allegedly now, all we can go by is what the recruiting guys tell us, the greatest class in the history of classes. They've got 5-star guys all over the place there, 4-star guys all over the place there. It's like Alabama and Georgia. And, you can continue to add the talent and the dudes there. At some point, you got to win. You beat Alabama, but you can't beat Alabama in a season and lose to Ole Miss, Mississippi State, and Texas, and LSU in the same season. You just can't. Teams that all 4 of those teams, they were better than. You can't do that. So I kind of liken them to Georgia. When Georgia was trying to find itself under Kirby early, and Georgia didn't, it was almost like they didn't think they could beat Alabama. You got to get to the point where when you're in a game like that, you got to first win the games you should win. That's the key to being a championship team. Win the games you should win. And then the 50-50 games, you got to win your majority of them. And this is where they are right now. They've got to take that step to where you just dust off people that you should play and you should win. Alabama doesn't fool around in games they should win. They go in there and they take care of business. That's where Texas A&M has to be. Georgia is there now. It's the 50-50 games that decide whether you're a champion or not.
With the way it fell apart at Florida State for Jimbo, if I'm an Aggie fan, am I concerned about his ability to manage a program, or is there great recruiting a sign that maybe he has learned some lessons that he didn't have in his holster in Tallahassee?
Well, I think everybody learns, number one, and number two, there were other factors with Jimbo there in Tallahassee. Look, there's no doubt that Jimbo let that go. There's no doubt that he missed on quarterbacks as far as recruiting. There's no doubt that players were kind of running the show there. But, he was also at the point where they weren't doing what he wanted as far as facilities. He was getting frustrated there. And if you're frustrated with your administration and they're not doing what you'd like them to do and you're still winning games and winning big, and you think, all right, well, I won a national championship, let's build off that, and they don't do what you want, then you kind of, whether you like it or not, that's going to seep into what you're doing on the field. It just is. And I think that was part of it. And I think it was part of, Jimbo kind of let the great players run the team. And I don't think he's going to do that now. Well, I guess we said that about Urban Meyer. He did the same thing at Ohio State, so we don't really know. No, honestly, we don't really know. You hope that coaches change. You hope they're like, all right, well, that didn't work out, so I got to do it this way. And if he does, and the way he's recruiting, look at what he's doing on the recruiting field. It's phenomenal. He's getting those elite defensive linemen, those 5-star guys that Nick used to get. And I wrote last year that Georgia was getting those elite defensive linemen that Nick used to get. And everybody's wondering why isn't Alabama's defense like it used to be in the early years with Nick? Because he's not getting the players anymore. He's not getting the elite offensive players. And I don't know if that's an idea of, look, this is how you win, and I don't think it is. But they're not getting the defensive guys anymore. So at least the elite ones. So that's where Jimbo's building. He's building inside out, just like Kirby did. Kirby eventually figured it out. They won a national championship with Stetson Bennett playing quarterback, for God's sake. In an era of where it's quarterback focused, where it's all about the passing game, where you got to go down the field vertically. They won a national championship with Stetson flipping Bennett. It's an amazing story, actually. They were so good on defense. They were so suffocating on defense. All they needed was somebody at the quarterback spot to not screw up, and it was perfect. It was a perfect storm for Georgia.
Matt Hayes is with us. You can go follow Matt on Twitter. Read him at Saturday Down South, as Jim said. Follow him at Matt Hayes CFB, at Matt Hayes CFB. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I think this game will get a lot of talk in the offseason, but as we talk Texas A&M, there are a lot of people that feel like Mario Cristobal can instantly find success at Miami. I am not in that group, Matt. I don't know what group you're in, but that is a game A&M gets week 3, which at least helmet-wise is interesting.
I love Mario. That's number one. I think he's a fantastic coach, a terrific recruiter. I think he's going to bring them back. That's first and foremost. Secondly, I love Van Dyke, the quarterback. I mean, that's a guy who had a huge season last year as a freshman that no one basically saw because of all the drama with Manny Diaz. They're going to be good. Are they good enough to win that game? Maybe. That's a dangerous spot for Texas A&M. I can tell you that right now. Miami's got some athletes. They can run. I don't think they're that good on the lines of scrimmage. Mario's probably got another year or two to go before he gets them up to speed there. And A&M right now is really good as far as going inside out, so recruiting inside out. So, I mean, that will be a tough game for Texas A&M. Would I be shocked if Miami won that game? No, not in the least. Not in the least. For the main reason of, I still think Texas, like we said earlier, is still in that Texas A&M is still in that situation where they're figuring out how to win big games and how to win games they should. And I just don't know that they're there yet.
When you have the kind of success Nick Saban has had, you obviously put a lot of assistants into coaching. You mentioned Mario Cristobal, and I was told by the great late Cecil Hurt one time that Mario had what it took to be a championship coach. He said the same thing about Billy Napier, and I've had other people tell me that Napier reminds them of a young Nick Saban, a younger Nick Saban. What have you seen from Billy Napier so far in Gainesville, and how much do you like or dislike what he's doing so far in Gainesville?
Boy, Jim, imagine having that tag put on you. You're
I
a young
know.
Nick Saban.
There's no pressure there.
My God, imagine that. I mean, clearly he's modeling his program after what Nick did at Alabama. You know, it's not just the way he talks, which he does talk exactly like Nick, his mannerisms. It's the way he set up the program with he's got a deep recruiting staff of analysts, of video analysts. You know, he realizes that the way you win games is recruiting dudes. That's how you win games. And, you know, once you get them there, then you develop them. But the reality is you've got to have good players. And, you know, Nick would be the first guy to say it all the time. Good players win games. And for some reason, Dan Mullen hadn't figured that out, and I don't know why. And that's what cost him his job. And Billy knows that. You know, what will happen in Florida? He's got to recruit well, man. He did a very nice job in the, 6 weeks that he had? But he's now they're at the point where, okay, now he's going head-to-head with Alabama for guys. He's going head-to-head with Georgia, and with now LSU with Brian Kelly. He's got a lot of work ahead of him, and he's got a lot of guys around him that know how to recruit, including Shane Beamer at South Carolina. So it's going to be a tough road, man. It's not like it used to be, I'll tell you that. It's definitely not like it used to be in the league where you had maybe 2 or 3 recruiters. Jimbo's another guy going in the state of Florida. I've been saying this all along, that if Billy Napier can say, okay, the days of Nick Saban going into South Florida and getting Jerry Jeudy or going into Apopka and getting Evan Neal, they're over. If he can just do that, if he can keep those elite players in the state of Florida and not let them get to Alabama or Ohio State like the Boza brothers, you keep those kids in state and he can win a national championship. But that's a lot to ask when you've got a guy like Nick Saban, a guy like Kirby Smart. You know, their program is now embedded in the state of Florida. That's the tough ask.
And doesn't Mario add to that difficulty for Kirby
Sure.
and Nick as well?
Yeah. Oh, 100% he does. 100%. That was Miami landing Mario was the worst thing that could have happened for Florida because they could deal with Florida State and Mike Norvell. That wasn't going to be an issue. The issue was going to be what happened with Miami, who Miami hired. And you know, Ruiz, the big billionaire businessman down there in Miami, just said, all right, enough's enough. How much do you want? What's it going to take to bring Miami? Miami hasn't been Miami more than 2 decades, guys. So I think they'd had enough down there, and he was told it's going to cost X amount for us to go get Mario. It's going to cost X amount for us to build an on-campus facility, football stadium, and he's just saying yes to everything. So, yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting to see how Mario develops there at Miami.
You and I were not doing this when Archie Griffin won back-to-back Heisman trophies. What would it take for a majority of the voters, too many voters, but the majority of the voters to vote for Bryce Young again?
Well, you know, Jim, you know me, number one, okay? I'm not like the rest of those guys. I get annoyed by all they do is look for the negative. So that's the first thing. Number one, the Heisman voters, the media in general, they'll all be on Bryce Young from day one with negative. He's not this, he's not that. He had this many touchdowns last year, now he has this. That's what he's got to deal with. That's the issue. The issue is the social media garbage that's out there that will constantly be saying he's not what he was the previous year, you know, or looking at someone else. I mean, I think he's got to have another huge type season where you get beyond that. You've got to literally get beyond the nonsense out there on social media by having just such a great season. It's difficult to even say, well, no, he shouldn't win 2 in a row. For some reason, I don't know why. For some reason, winning 2 in a row is like, you can't do it, and don't even talk about it because no one's going to do it. It shouldn't have been done before, and I don't understand that. Bryce Young was far and away the best player in college football last year. I expect him, if Jermaine Burton develops into the receiver, an elite receiver, if they get some help from Ja'Cory Brooks or a couple of the freshmen last year that kind of didn't pan out, or a couple of freshmen this year, that's the big issue with the receivers there, man. They don't – the receivers that they had in the past, and it kind of stopped with Jalen Waddle and Devontae Smith, that class, they're not recruiting those impact receivers like they did 3 years ago. So that's the issue. And if they can get a couple of those guys that have an impact, then I think he's got a great chance to win it again. But again, Jim, that's just me. I'm not Mr. Negative like everybody else.
That's right, Dunaway. Hey, but I mean, there are times though, Matt, where the biggest competition for Alabama's Heisman Trophy winner vote-wise has been on their own team, and I do think Will Anderson, maybe not to the level of Mac Jones, Devontae Smith, but I do think Will Anderson could have the type of year where he will get some votes.
He will, but at the end of the day, it's also going to be about first place votes.
Yeah,
and that's the big thing. And I mean, believe me, what Will Anderson did last year was unbelievable. And he's going to benefit, I think, from Dallas Turner developing into another Russian on the other side. That will help him. That will take a lot of double teams away from him. I don't know if he's going to have the same type of season because you're still going to see teams chipping on him and doing everything they can to move the offense away from him. My guess would be Turner's going to have a really good season, and they'll be not near each other, but it'll be. I don't see Will Anderson get. What do you have? 34.5 tackles for loss or something last year. I'm not sure I see that again this year. They're just people will run the offense away from him.
First and 10 is the column that Matt writes every single week at Saturday Down South. It is a must-read, a great way to start your week with some college football. SaturdayDownSouth.com. Go follow Matt on Twitter at MattHayesCFB. Thank you for the time, Matt. Have a great week.
Sure, fellas. My pleasure. Anytime.
All right, buddy. Take care. Matt Hayes with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Yeah, one of those voices that if you like college football, you always find what publication, website, network he's with. Listen to his shows when he's on the shows, his radio show, and go read his stuff. Great guy there. Part of our show today being brought to you by Dr. B, helping LT keep that head of hair. He's got that salad blowing down at the beach this week, thanks to Dr. B, right?
I love you calling it a salad.
That's what we called it back in the day, man.
I mean, I think of a salad as like the guy on the motorcycle, and it's just blowing in the wind. Do you think Lance will ever get to that point?
Well, the first time I ever had the salad was not the salad, but the first time I ever heard it was baseball players talking about, flowing out of their helmet, right?
Yeah.
Like just a good head of hair. Like Dansby Swanson has a good salad under that helmet when he's playing, under that cap.
You could see more about Dr.
Am I misusing the phrase?
No, you're not misusing it. I just don't think Lance is ever going to get it to the point. Like, even if Lance could get it to the point that we would call it salad, I don't think he would get it to that. I know you would.
I think once you get it back, once you've cut it tight for these years, and you start realizing that you would let it, that maybe you were losing it, and Dr. B gives you that second life, the ability to get the lettuce flowing again, then I think then you let it hunt a little bit. I think his hair will be longer now.
Okay, well, Dr. B is the guy you're going to want to go to. You see the video if you're watching right now. Lance went through the procedure. You could do that as well. Dr. Beckett's
He's got a side salad right now. He's got a side salad right now.
Little Caesar.
The old Caesar.
Yeah. I can say that without him here, so I don't get Will Smith.
Yeah. If he were here, he would say, well, your bowl's empty, Dunaway.
Well, at least I got hair to do.
Yeah, well, you got an empty bowl. They spilled your salad. So go see Dr. B. It is a fantastic way to regrow that hair, and as Dunaway would say, get that salad back with Dr. B, Dr. Beckenstein.
Yeah, absolutely. Dr. B, a great guy there. All right, when we come back, we will get Rockstar's viewing menu, and we'll do our 3 and Out today. But Rockstar, we had a passing over the weekend. Taylor Hawkins, who I did not know until I watched the documentary on Alanis Morissette, that when they put a band together for her, he was the young drummer on the band for Alanis Morissette. And he passed away at the age of 50 Have they officially called it a drug overdose yet?
They haven't, but it's assuming that's what it was. But they found out an hour before doing Lollapalooza.
Yeah.
Oh,
before
no.
they're supposed to hit the stage. Yeah. And
so Foo Fighters found out their drummer had died an hour before.
Well, that's when they made the announcement.
That's when they made the announcement, yeah.
He died that night. So they said he was complaining of chest pains to one of the staff. And it's just sad with Dave Grohl. Like, Dave Grohl being such an amazing drummer, they said Taylor Hawkins was the only drummer that Dave would accept. Like, they were best friends. And the amount of loss Grohl has gone through, it's sad, especially... And he was a great drummer. He's a huge Queen fan. They've been playing a lot of videos some of the time. Taylor would get off the set. Then they were doing Lollapalooza in Chile. He got off the drum set, and they did Somebody to Love by Queen. He sang it, and then Dave Grohl played the drums. And it was like a 10-minute rendition. And he was an amazing drummer, an amazing entertainer. So it's just sad to see him go. Like, I don't know what the Foo Fighters are going to do now.
You know, I don't know that I'm rare in this. And they always get compared because of Dave Grohl. I like the Foo Fighters more than Nirvana, and I may be alone in that.
Well, I wasn't a huge Nirvana fan. I like Nirvana. I like Foo Fighters. I'm just not a huge fan. Like, they got some good songs, but I'm not like a follower. That they have been together for this long.
That's crazy.
It's insane. And being
25 years, right?
Yeah, being inducted in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame last year, so they got through that. And they're churning out new music, and it seems like they tour nonstop.
Yeah.
So it's just it's really sad for Grohl in that band, and he's got a daughter. It's just sad.
Well, I saw the TMZ. TMZ is the most investigative and breaking news resource we have now in journalism. It used to be tabloids, but TMZ is everywhere, and they pay for stories, and they've got everything. But they were at the private airport. They had a camera person taking photos when the band landed back, because they canceled their show, obviously.
Right.
And they landed back, and just, as soon as Grohl walks out, whoever's meeting them at the airport, he just collapses into his arms and is just, he's just devastated because, as you said, he was the best friend. And I remember in the documentary with Alanis Morissette that, the Foo Fighters had a drummer opening, and Grohl had come on stage with Alanis Morissette and them at some concert somewhere. So he called them up and wanted to interview for the job.
I want the job, and I think he had to get. Alanis gave him his blessing. Like, she's like, this is a rock band. You want to be with them. I'm just a touring musician. He was her touring musician with her.
Yep.
And Dave Grohl even said in interviews, he said, like, Taylor has the great job where, like, when I write a song, me being a drummer, I do the beat first. And so I give Taylor, like, he's accepted that role. Like, Taylor, this is what I want you to play. And so just to be able to have an amazing drummer like Dave be your singer, and they know the Foo Fighters is Dave Grohl. And but I think that
they know what they are. Yeah,
they accepted that role, and then to have him go behind the drum set, let Taylor sing a Queen song, and entertain the crowd and everything. It was really, he did the little Freddie Mercury, "Ayo, ayo," and everybody did. It was really, really cool. So
the Shepherd says it's definitely his worst that he's got Foo Fighters tickets to the Charlotte show in May.
I do not think this tour will probably happen.
They've canceled future dates
awful.
right now until further notice. It would be hard to imagine. It's 25 years together is a brotherhood.
And you get a replacement drummer, the pressure he's under.
For one of the, for one of the great drummers of our
it's
generation.
It's my responsibility to keep this band together, and I'm the new guy.
Dave wouldn't just sit down and sing and play the drums?
No, they could do a stripped down thing. I would think they're going to take the time off. I don't think they're going to try to reschedule it. It's just too soon.
I think Don Henley could do that with the Eagles, but the drums are just different for the Foo Fighters. I don't know that you could do that and sing.
Dave Grohl can't play Everlong on the drums and sing.
Yeah, that'd be too much.
Yeah.
Very sad, but he had been very open about his battle with drugs and said it was part of his journey. I read one quote that said, "Listen, I wouldn't take back any of my dark times because it's part of who I am." And, that is the belief that it was drugs that cost him his life down in South America. Taylor Hawkins passing away over the weekend, drummer for the Foo Fighters there. And as you said, with what happened with Kurt and in Dave Grohl's life, he's lost two very close friends.
Yeah, and it's just amazing. And then Pat Smear, the guitarist, he was with Nirvana and Foo Fighters, so he's had loss too. It's really, really sad. The amount of musicians that get lost is insane. So, and especially being the young age of 50 years old.
And I never remember the Dave Grohl Foo Fighters documentary that was on, I believe it was HBO, where they go around city to city and they go to music.
Sonic Highways.
was so well done. And they would go into a city and write a song at that city, at that studio while they were there. They would just sit down and write one song at each studio that they visited about.
And they just released a movie, feature film, a month ago.
Yeah.
The first feature film featuring the whole band. So
talented guys there. Sad loss there in the music industry with Taylor Hawkins. We're back in a moment on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you: Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate. growing to serve you.
Back with you on the next round as we roll on. Don't forget to stop off at nextroundlive.com and check the bracket challenge and our exclusive auto wholesale bracket challenge going on. See where you are in the standings. Big shakeup, and if you've got teams still alive, you can still rise all the way up to number one. I'm going to pull up real quick, Brownie, the standings, give a leaderboard update. But first, tell us about New Life Art and our T-shirt competition and Rockstar's viewing menu, and I'll have a leaderboard for who's in the lead coming up in a sec.
Hey, so go to nextroundlive.com. As Jim was saying, there's a lot of stuff there, the daily reads, the bracket contest, and you could submit a T-shirt design and win with New Life Art. Our buddy Daniel A. Moore sponsoring this. We just want you guys to be creative. Give us a T-shirt idea. We've already announced one winner. We'll have more to come. And it's brought to you by New Life Art, who brings you memorable sports moments, by Daniel A. Moore for more than 40 years. 800-735-2787 or danielmooreart.com. They also bring you Rockstar's viewing menu.
Speaking of Foo Fighters, there's a documentary called Back and Forth they released in 2011. I don't know if it's on any streaming services, so if you can find it on Amazon or Apple. It's a great documentary about how the band formed and the pinnacle of when, Dave did that first album all by himself. It was just a joke in his garage. After Kurt died, he did all the instruments and the songs and then released it as a cassette tape, and it blew up, and so he founded the band. And then start from those roots to it ends, I think they play a live show in Wembley, and it is packed. And you see him get emotional. They had to stop, I think, during My Hero, and him just getting all emotional, like how far we've come to get to this point. You got Taylor Hawkins in the back. It's a really cool documentary called Back and Forth. 6:25 on Stars Encore, you got The Cable Guy with Jim Carrey, Jack Black, and Matthew Broderick, who's 60 now.
Is he really?
And 9 p.m. on AMC, I think Brown mentioned this last Friday, Man on Fire with Greasy Bear.
That's why it's the best revenge movie of all time.
And it was hated by, I think it got a terrible Rotten Tomatoes score.
Yeah, that's what you guys bring up. And I don't, I think it's uniquely done, like just the way they did it. I mean, it's dark. Not a whole lot of laughing in it, but boy, it's good revenge. If you like a good revenge story, Greasy Bear gets his cut, man.
On our exclusive auto wholesale, Highway 31 Pelham Parkway leaderboard for our bracket challenge, Cosby 57 still in the lead, but he has Auburn to win the national championship.
They're out.
Perdido Kid is tied for first. He's got Arizona to win it all. In third place is Data Gibby, Duke to win it all.
That one's alive.
Bruce's Wild is fourth, Auburn to win it all. Now it gets interesting. P.R. Salter is fifth, Villanova to win it all.
Oh, yeah, that injury, though, is going to kill him, apparently.
Bafan, I assume Bama fan 1980, Kansas to win it all, tied for sixth, with TNR bracket winner with Duke to win it all. And Clint Ox, tied for eighth.
I am Clint Ox.
I am Clint Ox. He has Duke. So some Dukes and Villanovas down through there. A lot of Villanovas, man. A lot of Villanovas.
Oh, it's people copying me.
Yeah.
They saw, hey, Brown's going Villanova. The one thing you want to do in this thing is copy Brown's picks.
Yeah.
Hey, but this year?
Hey, first place in the show.
Yeah, first place of the three of us on this side of the glass.
That's all I'm saying.
That's all that matters. Hey,
that's all that matters.
I did what I
That's what you did not finish last.
I do what I did. I did what I do. And let's finish second. Yeah. I just finished second. That's all I wanted to do. LT will be making the trip, and we'll figure out. We're going to do it on the air. Figure out where we want to send him.
He's not listening, so we. Do we want to take?
People could tell him.
Yeah, people could tell him. We could take some suggestions, I guess. I don't know. Do you want to do it that way?
No,
I had a place in mind. I don't know that I've revealed it to you.
You have not. I guess you thought I was going to lose.
That is true. I had to make sure you didn't lose first.
Yes. To not be the first loser. No, I am the first loser. I'm the last winner.
I ran it by the guys in the back, and then behind the glass there, Rockstar, Lunsford, and Forrester. And they were all like, but then when I remembered them, we only get one connecting flight, which, pretty much is going to be Birmingham to Atlanta, Birmingham to Houston, Birmingham to Charlotte. And then we got to get them somewhere from there. I mean, we are a little bit limited. Like I can't.
We could squeeze the rules a little bit and bus him over to put him in a limo and drive him to the Atlanta airport and let that be our takeoff point.
Yeah, because you get anywhere from Atlanta and then you connect to the middle of nowhere at that point.
And we're leaving at 5 p.m.
All right, let's do our 3 and out here right now, and then we'll get to some phone calls and everything coming up. The 3 and out is always brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Yeah.
You don't send LT on the road on some bad tires.
Crappy tires, right?
Yeah.
Hey, make sure you're safe on the road. I mean, that is primary, right? We have all used Vulcan Tire and Automotive. We've sent so many of you there, and we appreciate you supporting them. Brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, more. Bumper to bumper, man. They do it all. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
All right, bigger disappointment in the NCAA tournament to you. Was it the Big Ten or the SEC? A lot of people have been debating this over the weekend. The Big Ten or the SEC? Biggest disappointment?
I mean, the SEC, I was told, was the best conference all year. They ended up with one team that advanced beyond the Sweet 16.
One in the Elite Eight, Arkansas, and they lost, obviously.
That team lost. The Big Ten had 8 teams officially in the tournament after the play-in games, and 2 of those advanced. So, I mean, it is hard. We're splitting hairs at this point to say who disappointed more. I guess I would say the SEC simply because of the fact that they had the 2 seeds.
And a 3.
So you maybe expected a little bit more because they had some higher seeds in the Big Ten. So I guess I'd go the SEC, but it's pretty close.
You would go the SEC? I mean, The Big Ten didn't have anybody in the Elite Eight, though.
They did.
I mean,
they didn't.
Barely got out of the first weekend.
But I think if you look at the seeding didn't necessarily tell you they should have anybody in the Elite Eight.
Yeah, I would say that back-to-back years, the Big Ten has had the most bids, and they've had nothing to show for it.
There's zero doubt about that.
I'm going to go Big Ten's the biggest disappointment for me.
Second down.
Mike Gundy, I mentioned it earlier, $1 million raise, 17 years now at Oklahoma State. He's got a perpetual running 5-year deal. Who's at their job longer, Gundy or Venables?
Boy, that is a tough one.
Venables about to do year 1.
Yes, he is.
Gundy's doing year 17.
I mean, it just cannot last forever, but they keep giving him contracts like it's going to. I mean, the guy, but here's the thing that could happen, and this could make it last forever for Gundy. If he can find a way to flip that series, because he's made it this far, he's made it 17 years now, and I think he's won that game twice. I think he's 2-15, if I'm not mistaken, in that game. If he could flip that game, if Venables just isn't, quite there, and he flips that game, it could end up being a lifetime deal for Gundy, because look how far he's gotten by not winning that game.
Yeah,
Imagine if he started winning that game.
I think Venables is there longer, but here's the twist, Brown. Josh Heupel, what if he keeps winning at Tennessee? He took a big step first year. What if he keeps building that Tennessee program and gets it back? I mean, at some point, doesn't he become attractive to Oklahoma?
Well, he does. I mean, Venables would have to be doing poorly enough you get him out of there. But
right.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely becomes attractive. I mean, he's turned around a program that was, in the dumps a little bit, and he's one of your guys. Why would you not want to hire him, right? So, yeah, I mean, you could certainly see that happening. But I think Gundy, he's got his best chance ever to flip this thing around. When you went from Stoops to Lincoln Riley, it didn't quite feel that way as much. When you go to Brent Venables, it feels like this is your best chance you've had in quite a while of flipping this series around.
Third down.
Mentioned the Outback Bowl is changing its name, no longer the Outback sponsorship. It'll be the Tampa Bay Bowl. Take that one off the table because that would be my answer right now. What's another big bowl game that needs a name change? Another big bowl game that needs a name change. Like all the big ones are locked in. They call the Rose the Fiesta. They change sponsorships. The Cotton, the Peach, the Sugar, the Orange. Those are all there.
I can't.
We've gotten right. We've got the Gator Bowl back.
I've always liked the name the Gator Bowl. It went away from that, and the stadium actually changed. The stadium used to be called the Gator Bowl, right?
The Citrus Bowl is the Citrus Bowl. They changed sponsorships.
That's right. It was the Capital One Bowl for a while, but it's back to being the Citrus Bowl.
Yeah.
I've always liked the Tangerine Bowl, too. Some people say the Duke's Mayo Bowl needs a new name. I kind of like it, actually, Duke's Mayo Bowl.
Do you? That was mine.
You don't like that?
I don't like the Duke's Mayo Bowl.
What do you dislike?
I don't know. I don't like the name.
The fact that they kind of cheapen it by dumping mayo.
Oh, that doesn't bother me. I'm not that guy.
You?
I just don't like the name, the Duke's Mayo Bowl.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean,
no, there is a Liberty Bowl. I still like the Liberty Bowl.
Yeah.
It would be nice if in Houston, if they could bring back the Blue Bonnet.
Yeah,
to
what
the
do they
Texas
even call?
Bowl.
What do they even call that one? The
Texas Bowl.
Yeah, go with the Blue Bonnet Bowl. Now, what was Blue Bonnet all about? Was that a corporate sponsorship?
Blue Bonnet is there is a Blue Bonnet butter back when I was a kid. I don't know if they still make it.
There is, but that's not what that was.
No, Blue Bonnet is a flower that was the state flower of Texas. Well, I don't know if it's the state flower. I think the yellow rose is the state flower, but it's a very popular flower in Texas.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now.
It's like a weed. If I'm doing Jim or not, I think it's like it's a flower that's, our friends at Blakely's Bouquets in Homewood would know this, but it's like one of those little budded weeds, the Blue Bonnet.
The old Blue Bonnet Bowl. Because I remember it being the Astro Blue Bonnet Bowl, right? When they played in the Astrodome, right?
So they couldn't do that because they don't play there anymore.
I did not realize this. They tried to get a team out of Texas in it. 19 of the 29 games involved a team from Texas. So it was basically a Texas team versus an out-of-state team.
Yeah,
I didn't realize that. I didn't realize they tried to make it so Texas heavy.
Yeah, well, the Southwest connection.
Yeah,
back in the day.
Yeah, it was mostly Texas, right? Southwest Conference.
I would go Texas Bowl. Let's make it the Blue Bonnet Bowl.
The Blue Bonnet is the state flower of Texas, according to this. Jeff.
Oh, it is. So it's not the yellow rose.
The yellow rose. That was Earl Campbell, right?
Yep.
No, he was the Tyler Rose.
It's close. Let's do
fourth down.
Okay, Ryan Day and Jimbo Fisher.
All right.
Both don't make the playoffs this year. Who's on the hotter seat? Ryan Day, Jimbo Fisher, both don't make the playoffs this year. Who's on the hotter seat?
It's hard to imagine Ryan Day on a hot seat, but I'm guessing if he hasn't made the playoffs, that might involve back-to-back losses to Michigan and not winning the Big Ten again. But at some point, I keep being told, no, A&M fans love Jimbo. But at some point, you're paying this money and you're not going to college football playoffs. And if you're Texas A&M and you haven't gone to the college football playoff, bare minimum, that means you haven't won the SEC. Probably means you haven't even won the West. So I think I might go Jimbo in this one. I mean, that's a tough one to answer, though.
Stuart Mandel does the mailbag at The Athletic, and that was one of the questions that was asked about Ryan Day. If he didn't make the playoffs this year, would he be on the hot seat? And Stewart says, well, let's say he's 11-2 and misses the playoffs. All right, 11-2 misses the playoffs. His record as head coach at Ohio State at that point would be 45-6.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to fire that guy.
As Stewart points out in The Athletic, he would have the highest winning percentage of anybody in college football.
Yeah.
And you're going to put him on a hot seat.
Yeah,
but he would have missed the playoffs 2 years, and we knew when we created a playoffs, we would start judging coaches by playoffs or not playoffs, playoffs or not playoffs. And when you're used to being there, you would feel like Ohio State, if they miss again this year, as dumb as it sounds, you would feel like Ohio State's slipping a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think you could see him on the hot seat. It's got to be more Jimbo Fisher. I mean, Day he's accomplished too much. He's been to the playoffs. I mean, again, this would be back-to-back losses to Michigan, which they're not used to, obviously. And it would be not winning the Big Ten for back-to-back years and not going to the playoffs. I mean, there would start to be some grumbling, but not hot seat. I could foresee a scenario where Jimbo Fisher's on the hot seat this year.
Blowout in the national championship game, miss the playoffs and miss the playoffs again. It'll be interesting to see how Ohio State fans start to perceive Ryan Day, who for a moment looked like he was Teflon, man. Looked like this guy was going to kill it, and it was not if, but when he would win that national championship.
Imagine if he had just beaten Michigan last year, just that one game, we wouldn't even be having this discussion.
Oh, he'd be back in the playoffs.
They won the Big Ten, they've been in the playoffs.
Yep.
So really one game even forces this question from a mailbag writer.
Yeah.
It'd have to be Jimbo.
Yep. That's our 3 and Out today, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Hey, listen, make sure bumper to bunker, it's not just the brake pads, the wheel alignment, the tires. They do a fantastic job of that, but they do everything. It is Vulcan Tire and Auto, vulcantireandauto.com.
And I want to update you on one of our Cowan Equipment poll questions we have out. Do you think the Will Smith slap of Chris Rock was real or a publicity stunt? Happened at the Oscars last night. It had the hashtag Damn Will trending last night.
Oh, wow. That was a hashtag. Will.
67.2% of you think it's real. Now, that voting started instantly after it happened, before he won Best Actor and got up there and was very emotional about what had happened. So that was there.
So when he won Best, I don't know, I'm looking at Rockstar. You didn't even know it had happened till this morning. When he won Best Actor, did he get up and say, hey, I apologize for what happened earlier?
I missed the very beginning of it. Lunsford, what did he say to start with? I caught him when he was God's vessel in between and talked about how
Lunsford's saying he kind of did.
Yeah.
So it's just that.
Kind of a ball.
Hey,
Kind
earlier,
of hit him.
Hey, it's in the past, but thank you. I want to thank God. I want to thank my wife. You guys know my wife, right? She's here.
Perhaps
right?
you've heard of her.
Yeah. I thought it was a pretty funny line when Amy Schumer came back. Apparently she had been in a Spider-Man costume and took her a while to get out of it. No joke there.
Oh, wow.
And then she came back out, first time on camera since, and she was like, I was backstage trying to get out of that Spider-Man outfit. Anything happened while I was gone?
What I missed? Yeah, that's a good line.
All right. Much more coming up in the next round at the top of the hour. It's been a while. It's been a while since we caught up with Timmy B, Tim Brando. We've got reasons to talk to Brando. We'll do it coming up in 16 minutes on the next round.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You can join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan-Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
The racing, the big one, the camping. It's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
B. Rich says he doesn't like the name the Poinsettia Bowl. That doesn't bother me so much.
Well, it's just that I've always said poinsettia. A lot of people say poinsettia, which I'm sure is the correct way of saying it. Poinsettia.
It's a pretty flower, and if you got a rose, why not a poinsettia for a flower for a bowl game? We need more flowers, more fruits.
Yes, we do, Jim. That's one thing we do.
It's the chrysanthemum bowl.
Hey, part of the show being brought to you today by Rockstar's Guy.
Well, a great flower. Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Did you know Adam is a third-generation realtor who was born and raised in Birmingham, so you know he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Did you just say you know that he knows that you know? Is that what you said?
You know it.
You know it. Ashley, who is our entertainment correspondent here in the next round, listening up on the South Carolina coast, she says that Will apologized to the Academy, not to Chris Rock. Reports came that they cleared the air at the Vanity Fair party afterwards, that coming from P. Diddy.
Oh, okay. Good, yeah.
Quote, you can't make that up, she says.
Yeah.
Jeez.
P. Diddy reports.
I thought it had been really nice of Chris when he was accepting it if he'd have walked back out and, sort of apologized right then. Because his
came out with a shaved head. Solidarity.
Could have done that, too.
Yeah. Could have done that. But Ashley, thank you for that update right there. Our friends at Bud Light want to remind you, if you're out enjoying the spring and summer, spring break for some of you now, 10 years in the making, it's Bud Light Next. Bud Light Next. We're talking 0 carbs and 80 calories. Bud Light Next has a light body and super crisp taste for easy drinking when you're outside enjoying the spring and summer heat. Bud Light Next, available now wherever you buy beer. We're getting ready to talk to Tim Brando coming up at the top of the hour. Basketball is a big part of the conversation over the weekend, and we've got the Final Four set. And both point spreads are virtually the same, -4. Duke's a favorite, and then is it Villanova that's the favorite in the other game? Or is it Kansas?
No, it's Kansas.
It's Kansas.
Villanova playing a man down. It's going to be tough.
It is,
yeah, it's going to be tough on the Wildcats. Obviously I picked them. I want them to win it. But that injury, everybody
could be devastating.
Well, everybody that is in the basketball world painted it that way. That is going to be an injury that they just can't recover from and win the national championship. Jay Wright, obviously, though, I mean, I don't know how you would stack up the coaches beyond Coach K in this one, because Coach K is obviously going to be your number one. Bill Self's won a lot, Jay Wright's won a lot, and Hubert Davis is new to the game. But boy, you want to talk about getting a lot of weight off your shoulders. Hubert Davis has been nothing but criticized for most of the first half of this season. Turned it around a little bit, probably generated a lot of love from the Carolina faithful by beating Duke in Coach K's last game. But when you're a North Carolina coach, this is how you're measured.
Yeah.
Getting to the Final Four.
And just getting to the Final Four is something. Duke's a 4-point favorite. Kansas a 4.5-point favorite. Rockstar, give me cut number 9. Here's Hubert Davis here talking about facing Duke. Because, I mean, just imagine, we can all relate to this. Alabama and Auburn playing each other in the college football playoff semifinals or national championship. I mean, it's been intense with Georgia. Georgia and Alabama twice now have played for a national championship. Your conference rivals, but it's now amp it up. It's your just down the street school. It's one of the greatest rivalries in sports, North Carolina and Duke basketball. Here's Hubert Davis talking about it being Duke on the other end of the bracket.
Your team went to bed knowing exactly who's coming ahead if you won this game. Just how impressed were you with their focus today and not getting caught up in what's going to be pretty crazy.
We don't get focused on that. I don't think anything can be as crazy as it was leading up to, the game over in Cameron. And so, as I said before, we keep our eyes straight ahead, and we don't, we ignore all the noise. And I consistently tell them to turn down or to turn off the noise of the phone, family, and the friends. And if you do that, just focus on our preparation and our practice. And if you do that, then our play will be good. And that's what we're going to do this upcoming week.
And both these teams, to a certain extent, Brown, have handled different kinds of adversity. Like you said, here's a new coach taking over for a legend, Roy Williams, at a place that has had a couple of legends and then had some people spit out pretty quickly, and they were trending in a bad place around the holidays.
Yeah, they were trending spit out very quickly, weren't they? I mean, this was starting to look a little Matt Doherty-ish. And, look, he saved it. He's turned it around, and you got to give him immense credit for that. Like I said, this is how you're judged as a North Carolina coach, by going to Final Fours and winning national championships. It's what Dean Smith did. It's what Roy Williams did. It's what, even Bill Guthridge is fondly remembered because he was able to get that team to the Final Four. And so Hubert Davis has turned this around to keep it from looking like a total and complete disaster. I mean, you go back to December. I'd love to know what you could have sold the odds for North Carolina being in this Final Four.
Oh, absolutely. And Duke, with the way they lost the last game, I don't know if you thought they could piece it together. And what was supposed to be a down year for the SEC, now you get a North Carolina and Duke semifinal game. First time ever they met in the NCAA tournament. That's coming up Saturday down in New Orleans, where it'll be a hot ticket in the big Superdome for that. We'll talk to Tim Brando coming up on the other side. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka. Redmond Distilling. Tomorrow is 100 days from the World Games.
Oh, look out. It is the official vodka of the World Games. Our buddy Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmond Vodka. Their aim is clarity, taste, color, and smell. Vodka perfection is their aim. It's made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, but also provides a smooth finish that doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. And don't forget about the sister brand, the Vulcan Gin, gluten-free, 8 times distilled as well. Redmond Vodka. We talk to Tim Brando next.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Beef O'Brady's is the perfect place for food and fun. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Visit the 280 location. The Grove in Hoover, just off 459 in that great Helena location. My friend Bradley and I were in the 459 location at the Grove. He loved that Amarillo Firecracker Burger, Angus Stomp of smoked bacon, fried jalapenos, pepper jack cheese, and the sweet jalapeno aioli. On the suggestion of our server, I got the Angus cheeseburger wrap. All your favorite cheeseburger ingredients wrapped in a flour tortilla. Our lunch was terrific. Yours will be as well. Try those items or any other items on the Beef O'Brady's menu. Beef O'Brady's, the perfect place for food and fun.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Banking isn't just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch. Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, if you're in the car buying or selling market, there is one place you've got to check out. That's our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. Exclusive Auto Wholesale has the technology that will give you instant cash offers for your car, whether you buy something from EAW or not. Drew and his team want to buy your car, any car. It's as simple as typing in your VIN number, miles, condition, and uploading a few pics, and then bam, from their website, you get an offer for your car instantly. Exclusive Auto Wholesale can take care of you nationwide with repeat business in almost every state. For more information, check out that website, eawcars.net. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home. Only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And this hour of the show every day, hour number 3, brought to you by the great folks at Champy's, world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Millions of you making your way to the Gulf Coast right now, driving through the area. Stop off that Alabaster exit, open for lunch and dinner. Also for delivery, for your office parties, for your catering, your tailgates when we get back to football season. Champy's world-famous fried chicken, great southern food there, including the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales there. You cannot beat those. Champy'sChicken.com.
All right, let's go to the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline and talk March Madness with the incomparable Tim Brando of Fox Sports. Timmy B, what is up? Welcome in.
Good to be with both of you. Jim, Ryan, how are you?
Awesome. Doing great, buddy. How are you?
Perfect. Couldn't be better. Sun's out. I'm either chasing grandbabies or golf balls today. I'm not sure which. I'll find out later, I suppose.
Just keep them both out of the woods, right? That's the goal.
Exactly. There you go.
Hey, so listen, over the years, you have done a lot of Duke games, a lot of North Carolina games, a lot of Duke, North Carolina games on your TV work. The idea of them meeting in the Final Four has always been theoretical until this week. I don't know what to compare this to, Timmy B.
There is really nothing that you can compare it to. And you know, people have often asked why, and I think it goes back to we have a problem, I think, no matter what part of the country we're talking about or what particular topic we have, people just don't understand context and history. And I know they get really tired of, oh, my God, North Carolina Duke, because maybe they're not fans of either team or they're in another conference or, you know, whatever. But the reason why they've never played in an NCAA tournament is pretty clear. For a long period of time, only one team out of a conference ever went to the NCAA tournament. You had to win the ACC tournament championship to get a bid to go, all right? In the John Wooden era, you know, back in the day when Charlie Scott was the first African-American to play at North Carolina, by example, in 1966, if you didn't win the ACC tournament, you didn't get a bid. And that, of course, changed when they went to from 32 to 48 teams in the tournament. And then, obviously, we went from 48 to 64. and then forward. So once they expanded the tournament, one of the things the committee always did was they tried their best to keep teams in the same conferences that were in the NCAAs away from one another until they absolutely had to play. That's happened in the SEC, as you know, many times. By example, in '86, when Dale Brown went to the Final Four, they played Kentucky in the Southeast region to advance to Dallas. Well, they kept Kentucky and LSU apart as best they could, but LSU was an 11 seed, and Kentucky was a 1. They won 30 games that year. And they played a fourth time that particular season because they had played in the SEC tournament semifinals, too. So, the committee does everything it can to keep teams from the same leagues away from each other. And in the case of Duke and North Carolina, most of the time they would either be a 1, a 2, or a 3 seed. You'd never see one of them fall that far, back into the 10, 11, 12 mode. And in '91, they almost met. I mean, it was very close. Carolina, and actually it was in that Final Four, it was North Carolina, Kansas, and it was UNLV, the running Rebs of Jerry Tarkanian, the defending champs, that had beaten Duke by 30 the year before in Denver. And, of course, we know Duke upset Vegas, and Kansas advanced and by beating North Carolina with Roy Williams and Dean Smith going at it. If people have forgotten that, that's what happened. So this is something that's never happened. In all the battles of the Blues and the games that I generally did for Raycom all those years was the first meeting of every season in early February between Duke and Carolina, and I did about 20 of them. It was just unbelievable, unlike any regular season college basketball game you'd ever witnessed. I think the second meetings have always been a little overshadowed because everyone was talking tournament and bubble and seeding, so you didn't really concentrate just on the rivalry when they played the last week of the regular season. But there was a reason they always did that. I mean, it was a big deal in the ACC tournament when the two of them played in the semifinals, which I had back in, 2018, I think it was, and they played in Brooklyn of all places. So this is an amazing thing for, especially given what Krzyzewski is in the middle of. This is the swan song of the greatest coach of a generation, and he already had his last home game at Cameron Indoor spoiled by these guys. Okay, so when we all assemble at the Superdome in New Orleans, 40 years removed from the second Final Four I ever attended, which was in 1982. I was working as a cup reporter at WGSO Radio in New Orleans that year. That's how I got a credential to get in. I can't wait to see this. This is 40 years ago. This is where Dean Smith got his first national title with Perkins and Worthy and Jordan. So the history and currency of the rivalry will be felt big time.
And Tim Brando is with us. As always, we enjoy his knowledge. And for, we're a football state. We're learning this basketball thing over the years. We've had some great years, but you're still a football state. Compare that hatred or the rivalry, the mood of the rivalry, North Carolina and Duke, to Michigan and Ohio State in football, or Alabama and Auburn in football. Is it as nasty at times, or is it?
Every bit.
It is. Okay.
Oh, no, every
Tell
bit.
me about that.
Every bit. Oh, it's every bit. Oh, no, it is a little bit more covert because you've had legends involved.
Right.
All right. When Dean Smith was coaching, there was an eloquence and elegance about, Dean being, on Mount Rushmore too, and that he was the new Everett Case of the ACC. Everett Case is really the original superstar of the ACC, the old coach at North Carolina State. And then when Frank McGuire came along at Duke, and then he hired Dean Smith after being an assistant at Kansas and brought him into and that's the other thing. This connection with Kansas is also there with North Carolina. And of course, Kansas is the only number one seed to have survived. I'm sorry to digress, but you just can't not mention that.
No,
but,
it's like an onion, isn't it? You keep under different layers
here are just off the charts, and it makes it pretty amazing. And of course, we got the newest blue blood, Villanova, also the fourth team in the Final Four. But if you saw by example the the last game at North Carolina that Duke played. I think just about everyone in the ACC had some sort of formal, because it was a swan song. It was K's last year. There was some sort of pregame respect and gift that may have been given to Mike Krzyzewski, where just about everywhere he went in the ACC, except 8 miles down the road at North Carolina. And then they go out and beat the Tar Heels by about 25, 30, whatever it was. They blew them out in the first game. Then when the second game ended, if you saw the end of the second game, coaches from Duke just during when the game ended and North Carolina had won, they just walked right by each other, didn't shake hands. They just walked right by each other. It wasn't one of those. It wasn't a Juwan Howard moment. And Mike congratulated Hubert Davis, who's a really good guy. But the undercurrent of just venom is there for all of us to see. They're just not as open with it as maybe you would have with Alabama and Auburn or Michigan and Ohio State in football. But it is there. It is a true, deep dislike, disdain. When Carolina would make a Final Four, magically Mike Krzyzewski wouldn't show up at the NABC convention. He's on a boat somewhere. And Roy would never. I mean, it was like when North Carolina had the stage, it was like Duke just got out from under the limelight. And the same is true with Duke. I mean, vice versa. So now they can't avoid each other. And it will be a microscope in a fishbowl unlike any other when those two play on Saturday.
Tim Brando was with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You mentioned Hubert Davis, and we were talking before the break, Timmy B, that I don't know what you could have sold the odds for in December of this team being in the Final Four, but they were heavy odds. And that's how you're judged as the North Carolina coach. You're judged on making the final. You can win all the games you want. You can beat Duke, but if you're not making Final Fours or playing for a national championship or winning a national championship, you don't measure up as a North Carolina coach. That's an immense amount of pressure. And you mentioned you like Hubert Davis. I do think for those of us that are just on the outside of this looking in, he seems like a likable guy, and you got to feel good for him to kind of get that pressure off himself that seemed like it was so cumbersome to start the season.
Yeah, he did. I was very critical. I was in Indianapolis doing a Purdue game when they played the first time against in Duke, and I think I may have done the game I'd done a game at Purdue, and then I went to the hotel in Indianapolis, which is about an hour and a half's drive, and I watched the game while I was having dinner with my colleagues, and we were like, my God, these guys are just. This is for a rivalry game. This is as bad, and this is a game I used to do. My last Duke North Carolina game was in 2019. It was after that they created the ACC network and Raycom Sports went away. But it just looked like there was no fire, like these guys didn't care that this was Duke and North Carolina, and it was over fast. It was a 20-point game 10 minutes in, and at no point did you feel like North Carolina was going to make a run. And I thought to myself, gosh, I wonder if Hubert's just too nice a guy. Even in my own mind, I was thinking, I wonder if he's just too nice a guy to have, his players respond to him the way you need to. When there's a sense of urgency that you think maybe players need to have. And sometimes that's brought on by, in the old days, we'd say by fear, fearing that you're displeasing the coach. Well, today's players don't generally do that. And a lot of them, and he's got a few of them that will be pros. Duke's got more, but he's got some too that are going to play at the next level. You wonder if they're going to get it, And I was very critical, and many people in my business besides me were. And then what you saw was a resolve, I think, in the aftermath of that loss and their development as a team. And I think it speaks, fellas, to the difference between the evolution of teams in college football versus evolution of teams in college basketball. You play so many games. It's over 2 semesters. Players are going through all kinds of different things over a 5-month season. It's a much longer season and life, really, being a college basketball player than it is a college football player. And you got to just, the light is going to have many opportunities to come on. The pilot light will come on at a certain point, and then you see these teams evolve into what they are by the time March comes around. And I think North Carolina is a great example of that. That, you know, whether because of health, maybe grades, maybe other issues that players were having, they evolved into the kind of team that they could be, and the talent was always there. That's really what happened with the Tar Heels. Duke, kind of a similar story, but they were winning more games than North Carolina was then. And you got to remember, the ACC was in the middle of really a horrible season. No one in that league was really playing at a very high level. I mean, no one. Duke wasn't Duke. Carolina wasn't Carolina. And you saw teams like Miami, Florida State, playing at a high level before they were besieged by injuries, lost 6 different guys, or Leonard Hamilton might have, you know, had an unbelievable season this year. So the league itself was taking a hit, and in large measure it was because neither Duke and North Carolina were playing at a level that we thought they should. And now look, here they are in the Final Four and playing for the first time on semifinal Saturday.
Listen, I know ESPN will take credit for the growth of basketball, but what Raycom and TVS did back in the day to help basketball grow from, as you said, it was a tournament with only conference champions to eventually 64. I mean,
Right.
There was something about those conference broadcasts on a Wednesday night, Thursday night, Tuesday, whenever they were, and those Saturday games that were regional that I thought helped build conferences in college basketball into what we have today. Do you agree with that? And how important were those regional broadcasts?
Oh, gosh. Well, you know, I rode the momentum of my career was based totally on that, fellas. I mean, it really was. I came along at just the right time. I mentioned 1982, 40 years ago. I'm at the Final Four. I'll be pretty emotional with my wife and my friends that we're sitting with at the Final Four. I go back every year to MC the Champions Luncheon for the National Association of Basketball Coaches, and I also MC a few seminars that they have for all the assistants. You know, all the coaches at every level, Division I, II, III, NAIA, they're all there. They have their convention every year at the Final Four, and I've always been sort of a fly on the wall for all of that, which I treasure because the guy that did that for many years was my idol and my hero, Kurt Gowdy. And I was a local broadcaster at WGSO, as I mentioned, had a nightly talk show. And he was doing the American Sportsman, and his PR people called to have me host him on a Friday night. And I had him on my show, and I had sent through my old boss in Baton Rouge some tapes, and he had listened to them. And I had breakfast that Saturday morning of the Saturday semifinals with Kurt. He was going to work with Kaywood Ledford that night. Kaywood, the voice of the Wildcats, and Kurt Gowdy were doing Westwood One CBS radio of the Final Four. And I'll never forget being there and watching that. And then he gave me this tip. He said, don't take a job in television at a big station somewhere. They won't let you do play-by-play. Stay where you are. I had just begun doing Tiger Vision for LSU, a pay-per-view cable thing for Coach Brown in Baton Rouge. And he was right. In 1983, I got calls from Jimmy Rayburn and Jefferson Pilot and Raycom, and that evolved the Metro Conference, and then later the SEC, the ACC. And then in 1985, I got my first game between number 2 Duke at that time and Mike Krzyzewski against Terry Holland in Virginia in 85. And that opportunity in 85 eventually would lead me out of Baton Rouge local television and to ESPN in 1987, where John Saunders and I hosted the first 2 rounds of the NCAA. People, again, forget that network television, when NBC had it, didn't air the first rounds of the games. And then when CBS got it, they didn't air the first round and a half of the NCAA tournament until 1990. So we were doing games around the clock. Dickie V was in the studio, and John Saunders, the late John Saunders, and I tag teamed as hosts. And, I was a part of all of that. And without the NCAA tournament, without college basketball on TV, I don't think that my career path would have gone the direction it did. It was during that point we started College Game Day and all those things that happened to increase my visibility. So I'm working on a book now that I hope to get out within the next couple of years, because I think that there are so many things about college athletics, particularly college football and college basketball, that people have forgotten about the birth of it, the popularity of it. We had not seen college basketball before. You mentioned TBS and Raycom and Jefferson Pilot. The national championship of college basketball in the 60s was not seen on network television. It was syndicated. Okay, Kentucky and Texas Western, that incredible game that they made a movie about. Okay, 5 black starters against 5 white starters. That was not on network television. It was syndicated by TBS, and it was picked up around the country. And then after the Houston UCLA game with Alcindor against the Big E, Elvin Hayes, that Dick Enberg and Tommy Hawkins called in 1968, I was 12 years old then. And, when you look at the grand scheme of basketball and football and all sports on TV, that's still not that long ago. It's a couple of generations, but, college basketball was not really on the map until that game ended in 1968. It had the same effect on college basketball as, let's say, the Giants and Colts overtime game, for the NFL, back in 1958. It was the same kind of moment. And it was at that point that Eddie Einhorn's TBS syndicator hooked up with NBC, and together they formed a coalition to get college basketball on the air on Saturdays. And the great John Ferguson, the voice of LSU, and Joe Dean Sr. were the voice of the SEC on TBS's NBC Game of the Week. And I think maybe one or two of you maybe one of you remembers that. But,
wait, are you calling me old?
Yes,
Come on, don't call me old, Brando.
Yeah, I'm sure Dunaway does,
yes,
right?
Yes.
But I mean, there's no doubt that for those of us that were growing up at that time, you watched that and you understood, okay, this is something I really want to do, and, we watched Enberg and Packer and McGuire, the best trio I think to ever work in any sport on a live broadcast. I don't care what sport you want to discuss. I think they were the Gifford and Cosell and Dandy Don of college basketball. But regionally, guys like John Ferguson and Joe Dean Sr., string music, that's where it began. So, I was on the cutting edge of that. And what's happened here is cable's influence, and ESPN does deserve a lot of credit for making the tournament special enough that now it's worth millions, and Turner's involved, and every game is televised, and people have the opportunity to see all of that. And that Turner CBS involvement began towards the end of my CBS stay, started in 2011, and it's great. But without ESPN's involvement to get those early rounds on, remember, people would stay up all night because all the games were replayed. NCAA Productions had control of all the games themselves, and ESPN would air them all through the night. Now, during prime time and while the games were live, we would cut to wherever the great games were. And John and myself would take people from one place to another, and that was so cool at that time. I'll always remember that. And it's I look back on it now, and that day in 1982 at the Superdome when 65,000 plus, the largest crowd ever to watch a Final Four, was there. I actually went to the bathroom, and you had to go a long way at the Dome back in those days to get to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Your bladder was in real trouble from time to time. But I went to the bathroom. I'm coming back. Carolina was playing the second game, and I see Dean Smith, okay, and he's got a cigarette, which he was a closet smoker. A chain smoker, but he never wanted to be seen in public smoking cigarettes. I see him in the corner, and you can imagine a 26-year-old version of me. I was gonna go up to him and introduce myself, right? So I walked past him, and I said, "Boy, he's looking up," and he actually turned to me before I could turn to him, before I got to him, and he says, "Man, this is something." He's just looking up at the crowd. It was just a private moment. I happened to catch him as I'm coming out of the bathroom in the bowels of the Superdome. And I think college basketball forever changed also after that Final Four. It was Ewing at Georgetown. It was Akeem Olajuwon at Houston. It was Perkins, Worthy, and Jordan at North Carolina. The McRae brothers and Milt Wagner at Louisville. I mean, you can make a case that those 4 teams were maybe the greatest programs of that period in the 80s. And the Superdome rocked, and at that point, the NCAA said, you know what, people don't care about how close they are to the floor. They just want to say they're at this event. And that was the advent, really, of taking it out of the gyms and into the domes.
All right, go follow Brando on Twitter at Tim Brando, CMO Fox Sports. Timmy B, thank you for the time and the stories. We always appreciate it.
Always good. Thank you, Timmy B.
I guess I did take you down memory lane.
You did.
Oh, you did.
You do it well, though.
You almost had me in tears again. Yep. Thank you, buddy.
I feel like I've
all
got
the best.
Yeah, thank you, Timmy B. Take care, buddy.
Be well,
that is Tim Brando with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. In case you're curious what the audiobook will sound like when he writes that book, that was it.
We got the first 6 chapters.
Timmy B telling stories.
No, but see,
he can do it better than anybody.
The history of the game is so important because, I mean, for people that grew up with ESPN, you got Big Monday, Big Tuesday, whatever we called Wednesday and Thursdays. You know what I'm saying?
Super Tuesday. It was Big Monday and Super Tuesday, right?
But back in the day now, you had to turn into TVS or to Raycom to catch your ACC game of the week or your SEC game of the week. And
not every game was televised.
That's right. Yeah. And you were excited if they're in Auburn, Alabama. They're going to broadcast the game tonight. Kentucky and Auburn tonight.
That's right, yeah.
And you'd watch that and you'd be like, dadgummit, Auburn's on television playing basketball.
Yep.
And there's little Charles Barkley running up down, and they're upsetting Kentucky, and it was on TVS. And you had great affiliates in Birmingham and Montgomery and everywhere that would pick that up. And that's how basketball grew, man. That's how basketball grew to where it's the thing it is now, that millions of people go to Vegas to bet on the games and to watch the games, and we all have the brackets now. It wasn't always that way. We didn't have office pools and brackets back in the day. So it was good to catch up with Tim Brando there on what will be an amazing Saturday in New Orleans with Duke and North Carolina. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Odie's. We'll all be out there Wednesday night.
Oh, I can't wait. Me, Dunaway, and Rockstar doing trivia. That's the first time ever. We've never had that combo.
It's a day to look forward to.
It is.
And it will be a day to remember.
But it'll only be Wednesday.
Only time.
Only Wednesday.
One night only.
One night only. Crestline Village is where you find them. Great place for lunch or to watch those Final Four games. Go get that famous cheeseburger, the Diablo sandwich, which is our favorite. Odie's, Crestline Village. And join us Wednesday night, starting around 8 o'clock for Odie's Trivia.
And the show also being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school over the next 4 or 5 years, Montevallo's that place. If you got a junior or a rising senior to be coming up, go to montevallo.edu, and find out why Montevallo is a perfect place for them. 75 majors, buildings going up everywhere, a really bright future, a 14-to-1 student to professor ratio. You can't beat that right there. 14-to-1, a tremendous place for your son or daughter to call home at college. It's the University of Montevallo. Schedule that in-person tour at montevallo.edu.
Where will Brown go next? The next round. Your home for the Bracket Challenge.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
We got to get right to trash here after Brown tells us about our great friends at Gutter Cap. Getting ready for the selling season, really. Anybody in realty will tell you right now through about midsummer, a lot of houses get sold, right? And to make your house a better house on the market, I suggest Gutter Cap is something you can throw in there, maybe up that price a little bit. If you're into a new house, you don't have Gutter Cap, these are the people to see.
It's a patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters, keeping debris and eliminating gutter cleaning, backed with a lifetime warranty. And you can get it right now with our good buddy, Chris Stewart, 205-823-2212. Call old C-Stew. Tell him you want those gutters cap, stay off that ladder forever. 205-823-2212 for Gutter Cap.
GSD Advisory writes in, listening to Brando share historic nuggets of the early tournament days when he was at ESPN with the great John Saunders, a true treasure for sports fans. Next Round Live allows guests to share in its perfection. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you so much there for that.
The Eric Estrada jokes in the chat room, though, are pretty funny.
It'd be a good show.
I'll have to admit, those are funny.
Lions, the Detroit Lions rock star. Did you see what happened with them? You've got a T-shirt on today. Look at that. Detroit.
I did not see what happened. What happened to them?
They are the Hard Knocks team this year. You get to go behind the scenes inside your program.
All right.
Yeah.
That's going to be a rating score. So everybody's team has been, the Bucks have not. I was going to say everybody's.
No, yeah, the Bucks did it. Jameis Winston.
Everybody's team has been featured on Hard Knocks. That's weird.
Yeah, that was the summer where Jameis walked you around the.
Oh yeah.
And acted like he studied for months. I'm sure. Oh, this is Dolores. She serves all of our team meals, and this is.
I don't even work here. I'm waiting for the bus.
All right, let's do trash today. Away from the sports headlines. No LT. It's Brownie that's bringing it to us, but we didn't change the open, did it?
6 witches that are in our church. And you know what's strange? 3 of you are in this room right now.
You know what's strange?
We got your first name. We got your last name. We even got an address for one of you. You so much as cough wrong, and I'll expose you in front of everybody in this tent, you stinking witch.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right.
Not my kind of church.
Mortgages done the right way.
We got these witches, but we're waiting for them to call for on.
Well, they got to hear the sermon first.
Not my kind of church.
Some kind of couth.
Yeah, stinking witch. Hey, trash is presented by our friends at Mortgage Right. MortgageRight.com/TNR. You get that cash out of your house right now. You may pay for college, that trip you've always wanted, even upgrades to your house. MortgageRight.com/TNR. Have you ever been intimidated by a dog?
Oh, yeah. We used to, I grew up around. I don't want to go Tim Brando on you here, but I grew up.
I'm going to turn my mic off.
Back in a day where there were not fences and leashes in a lot of places, right? Sometimes to get from my trailer to where we played Nerf football,
the gravel lot,
I had to get up a big head of speed and blow past one house on my bike because there was a German Shepherd that was not leashed.
German Shepherd, yeah.
And he'd eat you.
Yeah.
And you'd have to outrun him.
He ate 3 kids that summer.
He'd be nipping at the hills. So, I've been intimidated by dogs.
German Shepherd, a pit bull, that's an intimidating dog.
I got some music.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I remember as a kid, some family friends had 2 Great Danes. Those were massive dogs.
Yes. Oh, yeah. My brother-in-law has 2.
Well, a historic town is under siege by a pair of hooligan dogs. They're calling them hooligan dogs, by the way. And they've been ganging up on other pets, and this is a problem.
They got tattoos, smoke cigarettes.
Yes, they're rough. These 2 dogs are so unpleasant, a former police German Shepherd was attacked by the dogs and is now scared of them. Another person walking his 65-pound dogs were charged by these 2 dogs, ran straight at them. The town councilor said she's had several complaints about these dogs. She said, I got a call from a resident who'd been very unpleasant encounter with a couple of dogs in the street, and they were off their leash. These dogs are 2 Chihuahuas.
Ankle biters. Oh, there's actually like pinky biters.
Yeah, those are pinky biters. Chihuahuas are tiny.
So they're causing a little havoc.
Yeah, the 2 unpleasant Chihuahuas attacked the German Shepherd. The size of the dog is no reflection on their aggressiveness, they say. Dr. Jeffrey O'Dwyer described them as bloody Mexican hooligans. Bloody Mexican hooligans. So that's an issue.
Well,
it's 2 Chihuahuas.
I don't want to make a build a wall joke, but it seems like it'd be pretty easy to fence those suckers in.
Make the Chihuahuas pay for it?
Yeah.
We always got this new stuff on TikTok. You never know what you're going to see on TikTok. Right now is the time to get that good base tan down, right? Before you head to the beach.
Yeah, that's always a good plan.
Yep, you want that base tan down. And a lot of people like to go to tanning beds to get it. Well, if you're looking for a way to get a little better tan, and one TikTok thing is tanning nasal sprays. You heard me right, a tanning nasal spray.
Wait, you inhale it?
You do.
And I don't think it's working.
It helps you. Well, she's a little white, I'm going to say. Rockstar's got the photo of somebody that's using this on TikTok. It's a nasal spray that boosts the effects of sun exposure or a tanning bed. So in theory, this gives a little more melatonin, which are synthetic chemicals that act like hormones that the body makes naturally.
Boy, this does not seem safe at all.
No.
Well, and
she looks like she's really excited to do it.
Yeah, she does. Experts are saying it might not be safe, Jim. TikTok told the Today Show, quote, our community guidelines make clear what content is allowed on TikTok. Our policy on illegal activities and regulated goods prohibits the promotion of nasal tanning sprays. We have removed the videos that you have shared with us. So they are now off. So be careful if somebody gives you one of these.
Nasal tanning spray.
Yeah, does it seem like that's going to work?
We need a generation that gets outside and plays more.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
Don't worry about your tan.
Let's do the show outside one day.
Yeah. I'd do it in a heartbeat. We got to go let this pollen get out, though. The pollen will kill you.
I think it looks cool in the car. It's not annoying at all.
Washed it yesterday.
You should not even wash it.
Well, I had to because there was so much pollen on it. By the time
right back.
By the time I was taking the trash out last night, covered in pollen.
Yep. I have never spent any time on the OnlyFans website. I don't know about you guys.
I have a couple subscriptions.
Yeah.
But just
I'm actually shirtless on a couple of web pages if you'd like to take a look.
What I have learned from Trash on the Table, or Trash as we now call it, is that you get just about any fetish you want on OnlyFans,
anything.
right?
I believe this is this generation's stripping. I really do, right?
Probably so.
Like back
COVID brought us a lot of things.
Yep.
Like back in the day, some people would strip for male or female customers. And I think now you just do this and you charge.
Would you?
Well, it's like, did you ever know? I see it in movies, but I never knew a peep show with the girls there, and they raise a curtain. There's a glass between you, and it's just you and her. Like I've never known this. Like, and she's smoking a cigarette. Like, oh, I got to do my. I'm gonna do my sexy thing. Yeah. And like you
just heard a quarter, and
they just raise the little curtain, and she's behind glass.
So you're saying this is the modern day peep show?
Yeah,
basically.
I've never known anybody that's like, I went to a peep show the other day. Oh, it's great.
So
it's a topless girl there juggling.
An OnlyFans model is making, and get ready for this now, she claims, $50,000 a month, not a year, a month, Jim. $50,000 a month. With fans being particularly excited by her, acting like a quote unquote giantess. Jesse Switch.
I don't know what a giantess is.
I'm about to explain it. If you're watching
by the way, this is the cleanest picture I could find of her.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. I think
cleanest,
that was good.
That's where she's wearing clothes.
Good discretion on your part. If you're watching, you see a photo there of Jesse from Alberta, Canada. Jesse Switch.
Roll Tide, Jesse.
The 33-year-old has proven popular among those with a giantess fetish. Some videos seeing her walking in slow motion towards her phone, which she will position on the floor to give herself a larger appearance.
Like a giant.
You're going to love the next picture, but keep going.
Yes. Oh, wait. Don't lose the fact that she's barefoot in shag carpet.
Yeah.
A dead sheep.
Yep.
Who's got shag carpet anymore?
Her followers want her to pretend that she is crushing them and eating them. She will crush and eat tiny figures that sometimes even stomp on her phone to bring this fantasy to life. She has got, if you don't think our world is going mad, holy crap.
Look how tiny that man is. He's going to get crushed. I pay for that.
People are paying for that.
I pay for that.
She has racked up, if you don't think our world's going mad, 207,000 followers on Instagram. On Instagram. She said, being funny and sexual is something that is seriously overlooked. A kink I explore with fans involves me playing the part of a giantess.
She looks like she's killing a 1920s stockbroker.
So like she's murdering the press. One more question,
They
giantess.
like the thrill of me looking huge and them feeling tiny and the uncertainty of what I'll do next. I mean, my gosh. Our world is a mess, man.
That is funny.
Our world is a
Brown,
mess.
it's always been a mess.
I'll wrap up with the punishment. You tell me if this is too much. I mean, I don't know this is any of our business, but this jumped out on Reddit. Girl disobeyed her parents. They told her to be home by 10 o'clock. She got home at 1:25 a.m.
A little late.
Well, the mom and dad asked for an explanation.
10 o'clock and 1:25 a.m.?
Yes, that's the hours difference here. She's 2 hours, 25 minutes late.
A lot can happen during that 2 hours
You're right.
and 25 minutes.
No, it's 3 hours and 25 minutes. Excuse me, bad math by my part.
There you go. A lot can happen in 3 hours and 25 minutes.
When asked for an explanation, she was honest and said she had gone by her boyfriend's house after dropping her grandparents off.
And fell asleep.
The dad told her as punishment she's grounded for the rest of the school year and she would not get to go to her senior prom in spite of her already picking out a prom dress.
Ooh.
That's not all. Her punishments included no access to the car until graduation, no iPhone, no friends, no going outside, and her prom dress will be donated.
This is he didn't say if it's a first time offense.
He doesn't. That is an important piece of knowledge.
But that's a little stiff.
Well, it seems like a lot for being late.
After dropping my grandparents off, I went to my boyfriend's house.
That was a nice move.
Yeah.
Being late, not so much.
Yeah. That's a tough call, man. Because you don't want them to be...
We don't want to be late all the time, but boy, that one's hefty right there.
You also don't want to be pent up and ready to blow off some steam when they head off to college either.
Boy.
Yeah, but why take everything away? I would just say, like, you're not going to prom. Okay,
Well,
that's enough. But you're not going to drive the car either. You're not going to have a phone for the next 3 months.
Taking away the car and the phone is almost more trouble on
Yeah.
me than it is on them. Now I got to drive them somewhere, and I can't ever get in touch with them to do what they need. That is trash. It is always presented by our friends at Mortgage Right. Let Mortgage Right help do that home health check to see if a cash-out refinance might be right for you. NMLS 2239, mortgageright.com/TNR.
And also our friends at Champy's, which bring you this hour every day. If you're looking for great Southern fried chicken, Champy's Chicken, right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster, the place to go. You can't beat Champy's tamales. Chicken on a stick, which I saw more people enjoying at gas stations in Mississippi on my timeline this past weekend. Get the best in the world right there at Champy's Chicken. Chicken on a stick with those great peppers fried right into it. Normal Southern fried chicken plates, po' boys, and a lot more. You can see the whole menu and get ready for a take-home meal tonight. Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Kevin says, is that Jim between them there toes? Nope, not me.
I wish.
Don't have that kind of hat.
That's a little Jim.
The muckler, the soles of feet are always white. That is true when it comes to the people that are trying to tan with a nasal spray there.
That does seem like a bad idea.
Greg, who's raised 10 kids, how do you know what? How do you know what? She won't be late again.
I think he means, you know what? She won't be late again.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Brett's right.
Can't go anywhere.
If they don't have a phone, how do they know what time it is?
He's like, do you know what? She won't be late again.
That's right.
That's a great point.
Yep, she won't be.
All right, we're back in a moment right here on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville. Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You can join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
A number of years ago, I could not tell you how much a good night's sleep helps your performance. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round because I wasn't getting a great night's sleep. I am now, and it's thanks to the expert outfitters at Sleep Outfitters. Find a Sleep Outfitters nearest you and do what my wife and I did. Go into the store, answer a few simple questions, and in mere moments, they've got you laying on a bed, finding the best one for you. For us, it was the Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress, and we absolutely love it. It could not have been easier. And right now, when you head into Sleep Outfitters, you can take advantage of the Spring Super Sale. Get any size Sealy for the twin size price on all Sealy Outfitters and Posturepedic spring mattresses. Full queens and even kings start at $299. With 0 interest for up to 6 months on approved credit, Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster mattresses start at just $25 a month. Get incredible free gifts with qualifying purchases valued up to $300 and get free delivery and setup with any purchase $599 and up. That's right now in the Spring Super Sale at Sleep Outfitters. Find a Sleep Outfitters near you when you visit sleepoutfitters.com. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Back with you on TNR, part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. The injury update for Justin Moore is not good. He is out for the rest of the year, which includes at least one game in the Final Four. He's the Villanova player that took that dribble, and you saw the Achilles on the slow-mo replay snap and crawl up his leg. It is a torn Achilles, and that ends the season for him. And that is our Precision Sports injury update going into the Final Four.
Yeah, if you're suffering from an old sports injury that won't go away, or you tweaked a joint, being a weekend warrior, whatever the case is, Precision Sports has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track, including the new Southern Orthopedic Sports Medicine Associates location there in Jasper. Your health cannot wait. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
All right, we'll talk some more college football and college basketball coming up in the final hour of the show, including Brandon Marcello, who joins us at the top of the hour. But let's bounce around the National Football League quickly. We're starting to slow down in the free agency market, and then we're going to be talking draft for the next few weeks. And then, you know, there's always something going on in the National Football League, which includes the owners' meetings today. And there is a big discussion that there is a appetite to change the overtime rules. Again, in the National Football League, it seems like most everyone, and they'll need 24 owners to agree with this, but it seems like most everyone is in favor of at least having one possession for everybody in the overtime. You agree?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be a common. Now, Mike Tomlin has today said he's not afraid of sudden death, so he might be the one. That's a weird quote when you see it out of context, that I'm not afraid of sudden death.
Not the headline you want.
Yeah, so he might be the one that doesn't feel that way, but I think the majority of the league enough to probably get something voted on. The problem is, what model do you vote on, Jim? I think they want to see this. But what model do you vote on?
Well, the one that seems to have the most momentum, they say, is that it's the same rules, 10 minutes and everything that you have now, but everybody's guaranteed one possession. So that, you know, if you score a touchdown, I get a chance to match or beat your point total.
And we just go back and forth till...
Yep. Well, once we've got one possession, then it becomes a sudden death.
Okay,
yeah.
So a sudden death after that.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I guess I'm okay with that.
But then everybody gets a possession.
Right.
So that way I've got a chance that if you score a touchdown and kick an extra point, I can score a touchdown and go for 2 and win it.
Were you here? I can't remember if you were here when I brought up the Titans proposal. Were you here for that one?
I was not.
Okay, so the Titans proposal is you get the ball. If you get the ball first, you score. If you score and successfully go for 2 and get the 2-point conversion, game over.
Yeah, I heard that.
If you kick it, the other team gets – you kick it or go for 2 and miss it, the other team gets the ball.
I just think it's only fair if it's not the coin toss that decides it. Both teams get the same possessions. Yeah. That's the way I would do it. I'd turn the clock off, and I would go same possessions at that point.
Because I threw out – and I can't remember if I stole this from someone or if I came up with this. I really can't remember it. But I threw out my suggestion after that was you don't turn the clock off, but you give each team a certain amount of time. So let's say Titans are playing the Eagles. Titans get the ball first in overtime, 2.5 minutes on the clock. You got 2.5 minutes to score. Or 2 minutes, whatever you think the time should be.
So if I score in 30 seconds, do I still have 2 minutes banked at the other team?
No, we don't bank it.
Yeah.
We don't bank it. But the Eagles get the ball. They got 2.5 minutes. And then maybe I shrink it for the next possession. You know, you've only got 2 minutes after that or a minute and a half or whatever. And, you know, at some point you end up with a winner. I don't know. There's a lot of ways you could do it. Again, we've talked about this almost the entirety of the history of our show. There is just not a good way to do overtime in football. Nobody has ever figured it out.
A lot more of the NFL news and notes after Brownie tells us about NASCAR. Ross Chastain won yesterday. Pretty soon, we're rolling all the way to Talladega for the big race.
April 24th, so we're less than a month away from the Geico 500, 2 o'clock green flag for that one at the Talladega Super Speedway. The next-gen car is making its debut on the high banks of Talladega. You can get your tickets now, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, or call 877-GO-2-DEGA. That's 877-GO-2-DEGA for tickets to the Talladega Super Speedway and Sunday, April 24th, Geico 500.
Scott Forrester on the back row, big Falcons fan, Atlanta GM Terry Fontenot, when asked about the roster, salary cap problems and all that, quote, "We're going to do the best we can do," end quote.
That certainly engenders some confidence.
We're going to give effort.
We'll do what we can, man. My bad.
Your guy, your head coach, when asked about Terry Bradshaw at the owners, Terry Bridgewater, I should say, not Bradshaw, Terry Bridgewater at the owners meeting, we had an upfront conversation. He says he knows he's the backup. Yep. He's there only to support Tua Tagovailoa.
Yeah, and everybody in the Dolphins organization that has been asked about this, including Mike McDaniel today at the owners' breakfast, said the team has been made abundantly clear to the team Bridgewater is the backup. He's coming here to be the backup.
And he's only going to back him up there. For John Lunsford on the back road, the Titans are working to sign long-term 24-year-old wide receiver A.J. Brown. They want a long-term deal with him. Right now, he is slated to make just over $3 million this year, which puts him 43rd in wide receiver pay. They're paying him 43rd in wide receiver pay.
I'm going to say he's better than the 43rd best wide receiver in the NFL.
Yep. And
would you agree with that?
And I butchered both sides of Bridgewater's name. I went Terry Bradshaw instead of Teddy Bridgewater. Thank you for that one on that one. Sometimes I can't read my own writing. And one more. I told you about the Lions on Hard Knocks. Cam Newton, the door is open for him to return to Carolina if they can't get their quarterback situation worked out.
I mean, it's a diminished skills, Cam Newton. Not the same guy that Carolina remembers back in the day.
So a lot is going on in the National Football League. We'll talk to Brandon Marcello about the college game coming up. Part of the show being brought to you by the people who brought us the Bracket Challenge. Exclusive auto wholesale right there on Highway 31 in Pelham and the Pelham Parkway. Go check out the Bracket Challenge and go online as well to check out EAW there in Pelham. Unbelievable inventory. That includes LT's ride right now. See what LT is driving. Also, check out all the cars and inventory by stopping by Exclusive Auto Wholesale. Highway 31 in Pelham, Pelham Parkway. You cannot beat their inventory right now of used trucks and cars, and they are the best in the business, and they do not have a supply chain problem. It's our friends at EAW.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain is centered on great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There's something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue, just off I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events up to 200 people. Stop by or check out the menu online, creekside-bbq.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Okay, Birmingham, the USFL is here. Are you ready to become the pro football capital of America? Because on Saturday, April 16th, the only place to be is at Protective Stadium for this once-in-a-lifetime game. When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Jersey Generals. Tickets are just $10 and kids get in free. Come watch history in the making. What a game! Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. I've lost 22 pounds in just 8 weeks. I weigh less than I did back in college. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
The initial reaction to the Will Smith slap last night on our Cowan Equipment poll question was that it was staged. But then as the night progressed, many of you changed your vote there. Ended up being 67% that it wasn't staged. But the instant Cowan Equipment poll question said stage. A lot of the world talking about that today. We will likely not talk to Brandon Marcello about that in just a second.
He's a big movie guy, though. I think he might have a thought. He's going to join us in 1 second. You can go vote in the Cowan Equipment poll question, cowan.com. to find out how they can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. 800-239-COWAN, cowan.com/featured used equipment. On the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, we find Brandon Marcello. What is up, Brandon? How are you?
Not much. How are you guys?
Doing great. Thanks a lot. I don't know that you were watching the Academy Awards. I know you're a big movie guy. As I made the point, who knows if they're acting? The whole room's full of phenomenal actors, the best the world has, right?
Yeah, I wasn't watching. I didn't watch the Oscars just because I didn't really see any of the movies that are nominated. But yeah, that was real. That looked real. And certainly looked like it based off of the video they were showing of him talking to his publicist and all these actors trying to talk to him afterward and whatever. I don't know. Those superstars, they're in they're in Hollywood. They're in a different realm. They do not live on the same plane of existence as us. They don't live in reality, and I don't care what they do as long as they're not literally killing people. Do whatever you want. Go away.
I knew it was only a matter of time with your popularity growing that you would get a sponsorship deal. I appreciate the folks at Jeep jumping in with you there and signing on. It's like NASCAR. Got to thank the people, the shops, and the sponsor there. I like it.
Yeah, man. I wish I had sponsorship deals, but no, I'm paying for everything.
Including the hat, I'm sure. Hey,
and Jeep stands for, it's an acronym.
What does it stand for?
Just empty every pocket.
I like that. I like that a lot. Hey, Auburn had their first scrimmage over the weekend, and I know you're familiar with the program and everything, but you're on the national scale now. Zach Calzada's he's not really participating. He's going through mental reps and all of that. TJ Finley got all the first team reps. Do you think there's time for Calzada, if he's never, hot, never live in the spring, to battle and win this job in August?
Oh yeah, certainly. And actually you've seen that a little bit at some other spots too. Some quarterbacks not really repping very much with the group, or they're not even coming till the summer, which is very interesting. It used to be, or it still is, spring practice, if you're not there, you got a very difficult time winning a starting job. But if you're an Auburn fan and you're focused on Auburn, obviously, I mean, you could say it's very similar potentially to, Nick Marshall when he came in 2013. He was not there in the spring and ended up winning the starting job anyway. Not similar, not exact circumstances, but somewhat similar. And yeah, I wouldn't read too much into that and thinking that Zach Calzada is not going to have enough time to win that job, because that's when it'll heat up. It's these summer months when they're working out on their own, working with the strength staff, having some meetings with the coaches and understanding everything. But yeah, I think that quarterback battle will really start anew when August arrives.
There are a lot of unknowns because Brian Kelly is a new coach there, but when you see a guy transfer in like Jaden Daniels, you get the feeling there's a reason that happens, Brandon. If you could find freshman Jaden Daniels, that's a heck of an upgrade at LSU.
Oh yeah, that would have been huge. But yeah, I think that it's very much understood there that unless something crazy happens, he's going to end up being the starter. Miles Brennan actually came out and said a few days ago, listen, this is, I think, like his 6th quarterback battle of some sort in his career. He's used to this, and he's just going to go through it and see what happens day to day. I think he's, not to say he's resigned himself to maybe being the backup, but I think he understands that they brought him in because they believe he could be the starter. And I got to prove them that they're wrong. And until he does that, I think that the, safe bet is that Jaden Daniels is going to be the guy. And, he should be. He's very experienced, did very well at Arizona State. And I'm going to be honest with you, I think he'll have more offensive talent, better talent at LSU with that offense than he did at Arizona State. I'm excited to see what he can do in that system.
I'm wondering how you feel about Mike Gundy at Oklahoma State. He gets $1 million pay raise. He's been there 17 years now. And I don't know if it was true or not, but every step along the way, it seems like he's been mentioned for another job, or that he had interest in the Tennessee job, or he had interest in this job. Was there ever real interest on him leaving Stillwater, or was that just, agent ploy to get raises and security for him? Did he ever really want to leave this job at Oklahoma State?
I can't remember what year it was, but there was one year he was seriously interested in potentially leaving. Doesn't mean he was sold on leaving, but he felt pretty good. Like, I think I'm probably ready to leave. At this point, he's not going to leave unless the writing's kind of on the wall there and he sees an opportunity to get out, as in, his tenure there's not going to last. But, seeing him in person back at Bedlam, he spoke a while after that game about how he said, he's been there, 2-3 decades, and of course was a player there. And he said it finally seemed like Stillwater was becoming a football town, and how excited that made him for the future. And this was, of course, right after the field was rushed. But, Stillwater, it's a small town, of course. It's a community that, rallies completely around Oklahoma State and what's doing well there. But as popular and as good, I should say, as good as Oklahoma State football has been, I wouldn't say that necessarily because it lives in OU's shadow and because OU is so close. I don't think a lot of people realize that there's still a lot of OU fans just right outside the outskirts of town there. So I think that he's comfortable where he's at, and because of this bonus structure, this retention bonus he's got coming in as well, in addition to this $1 million raise every year, I think he's set there. I don't think he's going to leave. But as you said, there have been at least 3 that I could think of at the top of my head, including Tennessee twice, where he's been involved in something or his name's been seriously considered. But only one time I believe that he was seriously looking at potentially leaving.
I mean, they were a play away from the playoffs last year, one big play, and they would have been in this thing. For me growing up, I mean, Jimmy Johnson had a year and left. Les Miles had a good year and left, and I'm not talking about great years. They were barely good years. It's been pretty much a doormat of a program. Gundy's done a really good job, hasn't he?
I compare it to Mississippi State. It's kind of what Dan Mullen did there, but he's doing it in Stillwater during a longer period of time. And listen, he's the type of coach because of what he's done there. Unless he's got a successor in place that understands the system and can keep that all together, the moment he leaves, they're going to go downhill a little bit, just like Mississippi State has done. I know they're kind of middling there around 500 or whatever, but they're not anywhere close to what Dan Mullen had them consistently. I think it's a very favorable and the comparison to do that, to make that comparison. Mississippi State and Oklahoma State, you're exactly right. They're doormat programs in their conferences, and for Mississippi State in the Western Division specifically. And I think that the moment Gundy steps away, Oklahoma State is going to slide down. Now, having said that, I think I've said this on your show, that the Big 12, we're at an inflection point, obviously, with the Big 12, with OU and Texas leaving. There's an opportunity here for Oklahoma State to be the top dog in the Big 12. And this is a very crucial point in that. And I think that's why Gundy was saying things like that after the Bedlam game about how we're a football town finally. And we got an opportunity here because of all the facilities they put in place, all the money they're putting into that program, to be able to jump up to maybe the top of the Big 12, be that big dog, because you've got the 2 top dogs leaving. You've got new schools coming in that are probably not going to be uber successful right away. And to me, the programs that have an opportunity in the Big 12 to take over as the consistent number 1 or number 2 team in the Big 12, like Texas or OU, to me, those 2 programs are Oklahoma State and TCU. I would give the edge probably to TCU right now because of their facilities and the amount of money they've got there. But Oklahoma State, because they've been more consistent for a longer time, and they've got, not a lot of turnover, obviously, with their coaching tree, Oklahoma State's in the strongest position it's been in the Big 12. And for that matter, could be for the next 5 to 10 years. And I think it's huge for them that they are able to keep Gundy around.
Brandon Marcello for a few more moments on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. At @BMarcello on Twitter. 24/7 Sports is where you read him. Overall program on a better rebound right now. Your backyard, Arkansas, where Sam Pittman has football headed in the right direction. Back-to-back Elite Eights in basketball. Baseball is phenomenal. Or, he's got the
Sharkensaw.
Sharkensaw. Musselman had him playing well. Look at him. I like it. Or, hey, here's the other option, though, Brandon. Tennessee. Heupel took a step forward in football. Basketball won the conference championship. Baseball is really good. Both these programs are ascending. I can continue to look at the preview monitor and see which way you're going.
You know what? As much as I'm holding this up, I could say I could cheer for basketball just because I don't cover basketball anymore. Right. But I'd say Tennessee.
Wow.
To be honest.
Yeah.
Tennessee's rolling in recruiting right now, and you could ask why with NIL, as we all know, with Nico going there.
So it seems like they're working it well, yes.
Yeah. That's not downplaying Arkansas, of course, but Tennessee's got it rolling, man. Their basketball program, Rick Barnes, he's always going to have them in contention in the top 4 in the SEC, which is huge. And football, they're in a very great spot going forward, and they're going to score points. And if they could just get that defense to play a step better this upcoming season, they could win 9 games. And then if you get continue to get this type of talent and you keep scoring points and the defense turns around, maybe they're all of a sudden maybe unseating Florida to be that contender against Georgia once out of every 3 years. I don't know. Let's see if they can get the recruiting going consistently, but I like Tennessee. Now, having said that, if I'm comparing like exact teams or programs, I think Arkansas basketball is better than Tennessee basketball going forward because they've got like the number 2 or number 3 class coming in on top of what they have right now. They're killing it in recruiting for the first time in like 15 years. And Musselman's just been working the transfer portal and getting guys to kind of almost just fill spots for him. He's not getting superstars, and now he's got superstars coming in. Man, Arkansas basketball could be crazy good for the next like 3 to 4 years.
When do you start planning out your schedule for the upcoming year? Do you still go to games this upcoming year? Or do you gonna stay there in the cave and monitor everything as a national voice? And if you could go to one stadium you haven't been to yet, where do you want to go?
Well, listen, I want to go to Michigan and I want to go to Ohio State. Want to go to Penn State. I guess what I'm saying is the Big Ten. I need to go to more Big Ten games. I only got to go to one last year. It was at Michigan State, and it was great, but it's not, the big house or anything like that. But yeah, I want to hit Big Ten country big time this upcoming season, and Big Ten football is going to be really good this year. But yeah, I hope to be on the road. Hey, listen, that's out of my control. I don't deal with the travel budget, but yes, I definitely plan to be on the road this fall. And, I know this is all old news to everybody, but how great was this past season of us being in stadiums, full stadiums once again? These big games were so much bigger and so much more electric. Like Michigan State, that game I went to in East Lansing, it blew me away because it was, one, rivalry, but two, you could just tell that they had been holding that in for 2 years. It's fabulous this past year. We were so lucky to be able to experience that, and let's keep it going.
Of course, Brandon will be on the road this year in his brand new Jeep. Tell us about Jeep, Brandon. That's how we do it, man. That's how we do it here. Yeah.
Dennis agrees. He says, as an owner of 2 Jeeps, just empty every pocket is absolutely correct. So he agrees.
Yeah, I bought one right at the start of the pandemic and sunk all my money into it. I've done no upgrades because I'm expecting it to break down at some point, and I'm going to have to pay a lot to fix it. So it's a car. It's a vehicle I plan on having for 20 plus years and handing down to my kid at some point because if I'm going to put that much money into it, it's going to have to last.
Got to last. All right, go follow Brandon on Twitter at @BMarcello. Read him at 247 Sports. Thank you so much, Brandon. Have a great week.
All right, guys. Thanks.
All right. Brandon with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, JohnstonRVCenter.com. Both those programs, though, I ask him about, you think about it, they're on a pretty good trajectory.
They are. How quickly can they both be set back, though?
Basketball, I think, baseball is obviously really good at both places.
You got to leave basketball and baseball out.
Football very quickly. Those can turn quicker than anything.
Arkansas and Tennessee football is going to buoy that conversation.
There's no doubt.
Baseball and basketball doesn't get you into the conversation without football getting better, and they can go the opposite direction very quickly.
Yep. Nope, you're right.
Or you can just be stagnant at 6-6 and 7-5, and then 6-6, 7-5 looks good when you've been as bad as Arkansas and Tennessee's been. But if you do that for a couple of years, then it becomes like it's nothing anymore. We've done that. We're better than that. We want to be better than that. We can't keep being that. So that gets tired and old at some point. Like, for instance, if Kentucky wins 9 games again, we're going to be like, well, that's okay. That's great. You did that again.
Well, but I would say this. The Arkansas I've always known it as an SEC team, the best Arkansas I've known, really good baseball, national power close to a national power basketball, good football. As an SEC fan, I've never known an Arkansas football team that is just, the best in the conference. The closest I saw it was under Petrino, when it just so happened Alabama and LSU were the 2 best teams in the country. Arkansas was probably the 3rd best team in the country that year, but they played in the West. So Pittman can get them as close to the best version of the SEC Razorbacks I've ever seen. in those three major sports. Tennessee's different.
I guess at Tennessee, you've seen the best of football,
right.
the best of basketball, really, I guess,
Yeah,
but
I guess
no Final Four.
Yeah, I guess it's the best they've been in baseball. I don't really follow that closely. I just know they're number one in the country, so it's going to be hard to be better than that.
This seems like the best they've been in that in a while.
I would agree with you. Basketball is probably about as good as it's ever been. Again, this is a team that's never been past the Sweet 16, and they're at least getting 2 seeds and winning a conference tournament with Rick Barnes right now.
They've been to the Elite Eight.
I don't think so. I don't think Tennessee's ever been past the Sweet 16.
I thought Bruce got them to an Elite Eight. I know they've not been to a Final Four. Didn't they go to the Elite Eight?
I don't think so.
I mean, UAB did that in like their first 3 years.
Well, I'm aware. A lot of teams have done it, but I don't think Tennessee is one of them.
Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks with NASCAR. Ross Chastain winning at the Circuits of America this past week in Austin.
I hate being wrong. One Elite Eight.
Yeah, I thought Bruce got him there, right?
One, my bad.
Did Bruce get him there?
2010, yeah, that was Bruce, right? Yep.
Yeah, BP got him there. Our friends at NASCAR getting ready for an April in Talladega that includes camping out on the beautiful grounds over there. Maybe you want an infield pass, the big one on the boulevard, or the great racing that happens on Saturday and Sunday. It's all right there at Talladega.
The big one, that's the first time this has been back since the pandemic, right? So that's fun. They've just announced the big one on the boulevard is coming back Sunday, April 21st. By the way, that's the Friday night before the race. You'll see all that at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. The actual Geico 500, though, 2 o'clock start, April 24th. That is a Sunday. Get those tickets. Get that garage experience, which we highly recommend. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA, 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, the Legion FC loses over the weekend. They're back home this Saturday night against Louisville City FC. Get your tickets at BHMLegion.com. The Americans, though, Team USA beat Panama last night 5-1. They're a virtual lock now in the World Cup. They even pulled out a banner that had qualified on it because, well, it would take them losing Wednesday night's game by more than 6 goals.
Who do they play?
Watch it happen.
No, I mean, if it's going to happen to anybody, it'd be the U.S., right?
Yeah, I mean, they would have to lose by more than 6 goals. I forget who they play. Somebody not good. But Christian Pulisic.
Pulisic.
I heard he wanted to be called Police.
Oh, no, you haven't heard that.
I read it today. He wants to be called Pulisic.
Please. Yeah.
But Christian had 3 goals in that win last night.
It's Christ Iron. I want to be called Christ Iron.
And congratulations to the Auburn equestrian team. They won their 4th straight SEC championship in equestrian. All right, when we come back, more college football. Our friends at ESPN, a roundtable, if you will, got together. Chris Lowe, Mark Schleybaugh, Adam Rittenberg, Heather Dinich, and David Hell.
McGee was on there too, right?
And McGee was
he's on
there
the show
too.
tomorrow, Ryan.
Oh, he is. Ryan McGee's on the show tomorrow to talk a little bit about this. When we come back, though, one part that they were discussing was the biggest surprise team in the upcoming year. One of them said a team that Brandon Marcello just mentioned. I'll tell you who it is coming up next right here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer, and one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
You've heard some of my coworkers talk about the amazing results they've had from Way to Wellness. Ryan Brown here from the next round. I didn't set out to drop a bunch of weight. I was just looking for sensible snacks to maintain my weight. I found those at Way to Wellness. You can too. Visit aplanforme.com. Whether you want to lose weight or just snack more sensibly and maintain your weight, you can do that with Way to Wellness. I love the fudge graham and the caramel crunch. They are terrific. Find out more at aplanforme.com. And join us here on the next round for our journey to a healthier life with Way to Wellness.
If you missed my NCAA tournament package, we're at lanceslock.com. We are guaranteeing a winning tournament. Don't worry, because we still have our guaranteed full refundable day of packages available. Stay tuned to Lance's Lock on Twitter or check in each day of the tournament at lanceslock.com for information on how you can get that day's plays. We either win for you or you get your money back guaranteed. Win with us for the NCAA tournament at lanceslock.com. Again, go online. It is guaranteed this NCAA tournament, lanceslock.com.
The racing, the big one, the camping. It's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476. You'll
hear from Brian Harsin on Auburn scrimmage over this past weekend after I tell you quickly about our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City and our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. By the way, an old sponsor. Greg, he was looking for some DMI work, and he looked for DMI cables. He texted me, he goes, who was the people back in the day that used to sponsor with us?
Oh, yes.
And I gave him the name, and I said, tell him, hey, we still recommend them after all these years.
So the Next Round sent you.
Yeah, and that's how we work with our sponsors, man. It's for life. People remember those things for life, like Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. When it's your time to replace a roof, remember Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, the most respected roofing contractor in our SEC footprint here in the Southeast. Greg from right there in Pell City is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. It's a family-owned operation, now locally owned for over 20 years. His company's been so successful because he takes that personal relationship with you, gets to know you, and he gives out his cell number. Here's the cell number, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. You get a free, no-cost inspection, no obligation at all. He'll get up on that roof and let you know if you need any roof replacements, maybe some water intrusion places taken care of. He takes a look up there, a free no-cost inspection, 205-542-3531. Greg from Pell City, look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City as well. And if a storm blows through, have that number ready to go, and Greg will come help you walk through that process. Here's Brian Harsin after Auburn's scrimmage over the weekend.
Overall, solid. Solid. Some positives when I watch the film. We'll take some things away and we'll apply it to what we're doing moving forward. but I thought overall solid from our guys. And then just the main thing now is taking that, the practices that we've had, taking the scrimmage and using that information for what we're going to do moving forward. And every single guy really looking at what it is they have to do to improve their craft. All right, whatever that is. The fundamentals right now is really what we're talking about. How do we improve in those areas? And then just picking it up even more. Energy, enthusiasm, effort, all those things have got to keep improving as we move forward.
It just seems so hard. We're always dealing with the top, talking about the top 4, top 5, top 6, top 7 teams. But when you're having to build it up, it just seems like it's so hard to build. And then all of a sudden there's a breakthrough and then boom, you're one of the top teams we're talking about. It does seem like Brian's in that building part of that program down there.
I don't know. And it's apples and oranges to compare building a football program to what we have done here. But did you enjoy the building process of all of this?
Loved it.
I did too. Because I used to always look at a situation like Brian Hart's and I'm like, I bet that's the worst part of it, knowing that I'm coming in. He wasn't replacing a coach that was going 3-9 at least. He was replacing a coach that was a 7, 8, 9 win coach pretty consistently. So it wasn't like the program was awful. But I've always thought that that's got to be the darkest days, right? When you take a new job and there's a reason I'm getting this job. The program is down and the conference is really good. And I can go get a dynamite recruiting class. That only keeps me on par for that 1 year. I got to do that year after year after year after year. It never stops. And I've always thought the building process might be the darkest days. And you're just like, oh, I know I got to go through this to get to the good part. And I don't know that that's the way Brian Harsin feels. Maybe these guys are, energized by that. I don't know. But doesn't that seem like if you were just to step back and look at taking the Auburn job or the LSU job if you're Brian Kelly, doesn't it just seem overwhelming? Doesn't that just seem like an overwhelming process to build back a program that can compete with Georgia and Alabama and the programs like that in this conference? It just seems overwhelming to me. I don't know how you ever do it. I really don't.
No, I understand that.
I saw Nick Saban do it at Alabama. I saw Kirby Smart do it at Georgia. So it can be done. I saw Dan Mullen, or not Dan Mullen, but Urban Meyer do it at Florida.
Yeah, it happens usually everywhere that you're good. At one point we're down, you have to build it up.
But it's got to seem overwhelming to do it when you look at it.
So who could be the breakout team this year? ESPN's panel will talk to McGee tomorrow on the show about his vote on this, but I wanted to give you Adam Rittenberg's vote. Of all the teams in college football, and the question is simply this: which team will exceed expectations this year and have a breakout year? He goes Mississippi State, not Ole Miss, who gets all the publicity now with the Lane Train. He goes Mississippi State. Easily overlooked, he writes today at ESPN.com. Maddening, inconsistent in 2021. Beat NC State, beat Kentucky, beat Texas A&M. That's 3 good wins for them.
Those were 3 good wins.
Lost to Memphis, LSU, and Arkansas by 3 points or fewer, so close in 3 more games. Got just blistered by Alabama. Will Rogers is back, calls him a standout. Running back Dracavius Marks is back, really good. So is Jaden Wally at wide receiver. Zach Arnett's really good on defense, and their schedule, which you're hopefully pulling up, very favorable. They play 4 of its first 6 games in the state of Mississippi, and they don't leave the state, or 4 of the first 6 at home, don't leave the state in the month of November. Mike Leach has a breakthrough year in year 3, says Adam Rittenberg.
Memphis to start the year at home, then at Arizona, at LSU in back-to-back weeks. Arizona has been awful, absolutely awful. So you ought to be 2-0 going to Tiger Stadium in LSU, and I don't know what you're going to face there.
Right.
Their last trip to Tiger Stadium was a really good one, if you'll remember.
Well, Memphis isn't a gimme, but
not a gimme, but they ought to be 2-0.
They seem to have slipped.
I'll say this: if they're not 2-0 coming off of Memphis at home at Arizona State, the Memphis game they lost this past year, if you remember, was in controversial fashion as well. But if they're not 2-0, they have got some serious issues. But I think they'll be 2-0. Then you're at LSU, as you mentioned, Bowling Green. I mean, they can easily be 3-1 to start. It does get tough in the middle of that schedule. You got Texas A&M, Arkansas, at Kentucky, at Alabama, 4 straight games. That's a tough stretch of football right there for State.
But for a breakthrough year, what does it have to be for a breakthrough year, as Adam says?
9 wins. Don't you think?
Well, I mean,
he's been 4-7, 7-6. The next logical step of progression will be to 9.
9-3.
So 9-3, I think. So I'll give you the games. Find me 9 wins. All right, you ready?
Yep.
Memphis.
You got to have that one if you're going to get to 9.
No doubt, and at Arizona. You got to have those two to get to 9.
Yep.
At LSU.
Probably have to have that one to get to 9, but I'll take a loss there. I'll go 2-1.
Bowling Green, you 100% have to have that one. Texas A&M.
Give them a loss, 3-2.
All right. Arkansas, you'd have to have that one to get to 9.
Yeah, we'll go 4-2.
You still got Alabama left in this thing. At Kentucky, probably going to have that one to get to 9.
Yeah.
Alabama, you don't have to have that one to get to 9, and you're playing it on the road. And then that November, where you don't leave the state, Auburn, Georgia, ETSU at home.
Georgia is a cross-division rival?
Yes, and at Ole Miss. That's where it's hard to find 9 wins.
My goodness, it's hard to find 6 wins.
I mean, the 3 best teams on that schedule, in all likelihood, are Georgia, Alabama, and Texas A&M. So that means you've got wins at LSU and at Ole Miss if you lose to those 3 games, those 3 teams. I mean, those are good road wins right there, and at Kentucky.
That's a tough schedule.
That is a tough schedule. That's why I would not agree with Adam Rittenberg on that one.
We'll talk to McGee about his vote tomorrow and some others at ESPN.com. It's one of our top reads if you want to read that. Also, later today, Lance is going to send out a lock of the day. It is brought to you every day by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. LT will tell you when he's here that he's had a number of people since we've started this call him up and say, hey, I've got this happening in my house, whether it's a plumbing problem, cooling problem, or a heating problem. He always recommends the great folks at Hemp Hill Services. They've been around since 1954. Folks have been trusting them since then because they fix it right. They fix it right the first time, and they always do it at a fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Adam, Chad, and the folks at Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090 for the great folks at Hemp Hill Services. All right, when we come back, a little bit more conversation about what is going on in college football, including a couple of things that came out of that Auburn scrimmage, and you'll also hear from Nick Saban talking about one receiver and giving a nod to another playmaker that maybe you haven't heard of yet. It is next on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know, the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farm Folio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farm Folio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farm Folio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farm Folio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man in a Toolbox. One Man in a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Our friends at Wayne's getting you ready for that Barefoot Goods summer lawn that you need out there, but also preventing pests inside your house as well.
Yeah, and it's who we trust here on this show. That Barefoot Goods summer lawn doesn't happen by accident. It happens when you use pros like Wayne's. Get that 1-year EnviroLawn agreement and get the first month free with the code TNR for the Next Round when you call 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Let Wayne's create your happy place. Call 866-WAYNES-1. Don't forget the code TNR.
You know, we get a lot, Brown, of people saying, you know, I wish college football's playoffs would be what the NCAA basketball tournament is. Wish we could have a St. Peter's to make a run like that, a Cinderella, if you will.
Yeah, it's Cincinnati.
And that's it. If you ever get a Cinderella, it's not going to be anything like St. Peter's.
It is not.
It's going to be like Cincinnati, who's a group of 5 team that was deserving of being in the top 4 or 5 in the country. You know, it's going to be a really good football team that's into a 4 team. And when we go to 8 or 12 teams, I don't think Cinderella is going to look anything like St. Peter's. Cinderella is going to look like, let's say,
Ole Miss,
two loss Texas A&M, 2 loss Ole Miss.
Yeah, that's who it's going to be.
Or 2 loss Alabama or 2 loss Ohio State that makes a run.
Yeah.
We've talked about that once before. Chances are, if you ever have an 11 seed or a 12 seed or a 10 seed or a 9 seed that wins the NCAA football tournament, whenever we get to that, when we're playing much more games than we're playing right now, it more likely is not going to be even a Cincinnati. It's going to be a powerhouse team that happened to get beat a couple of times in the regular season and ended up with a bad seed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why people want to try to make this comparison. Like, oh, I wish we could have more of this in football. Football and basketball are different sports. They're not going to be the same.
One's made for a tournament, and one is absolutely not.
That's right.
In between, baseball is even better for a tournament than football is. Football is just not made for a tournament. Basketball is perfect for a tournament.
I mean, it fits well, but yeah, I mean, this is just, it's never going to be that way in football. So we're never going to have this. I don't know why people want to try to fit this square peg in a round hole and say this is what football needs to be. I don't think football needs to be this. I mean, I don't know who St. Peter's is, and there isn't a St. Peter's in football.
There isn't. There isn't. And
there are 380-something basketball teams or something crazy like that.
We're struggling right now just to get upsets in the 14 playoff. Forget a Cinderella. We're struggling to get a upset in the 14 playoffs. The favored team seems to win all the time.
Yeah, I mean,
and cover.
Yeah, that's true. Win and cover. I mean, it's funny, the biggest Cinderella run we've had in a college football playoff was Ohio State.
Right.
They had lost 2 quarterbacks, and their third-team quarterback comes in, and they win the national championship with them. That's about as close to a Cinderella story as you're going to get.
I mean, Alabama's they were a 4th seed the year they the walk-off Tua pass. Weren't they a 4th seed against number 1 Clemson down in the Sugar Bowl and won that game, then played Georgia.
And changed quarterbacks at halftime and won the game. I mean, that was a Cinderella story. Those are the Cinderellas you get in football. That's what you're going to get. So,
and I think if you go to 8, it's going to be the same way. If you go to 12, it's going to be the same way. It's going to be the same type of team. It may not. I mean, Nick Saban's not going to be at Alabama forever, so Alabama's not going to be there forever. But it's going to be a team like Alabama or Ohio State. Like last year, Ohio State. I mean, I mentioned it earlier. I mean, Ryan Day hadn't lost that many games. Period. Yeah. Regular season, postseason, hadn't lost that many games. If Ohio State had gotten into the playoffs last year, they would have been a scary team.
Yeah, absolutely.
They'd have been a scary team.
Yeah. I mean, they obviously had some deficiencies. I don't think they would have beaten an Alabama or a Georgia.
No, but I'd rather have played Michigan than I would have played that Ohio State team with Garrett Wilson and C.J. Stroud and all those guys.
Because Michigan beat them. I know what you're saying. It's weird. I mean, but if you gave Alabama the choice, Alabama fans, I don't know that Nick Saban would have said this, but I think Alabama fans, if you said Cincinnati, Ohio State, I'll take Cincinnati every day of the week.
Yeah, or if you're a Georgia fan, Michigan or Ohio State, I'll take Michigan all day long. Because you know what? They're not going to run on us. They can't run on us.
That's right. I think you knew Michigan had a style that didn't work against Georgia.
But C.J. Stroud and all those receivers. So, yeah, I mean, Ohio State, if there had been an 8-team playoff last year, that team could have won the national championship. They've been good enough to compete for a national championship.
But that's about as Cinderella as you're going to get, and that is an absolute college football blue blood. So it's just never going to be that way. I mean, there's no reason to compare the two. I will say, though, so I was talking to somebody at church about this yesterday. All of a sudden, these, like the NCAA tournament, somebody's talking about how volatile it has become, how you really can't predict anything. I'll tell you what's happened.
It does seem, I mean,
not just this year, but recently.
And I'm not just saying that because the three of us finished last in our bracket challenge, but it does seem like more and more every year. It's just a spin the roulette wheel in whatever color it lands on.
I'm like, man, these 15 seeds don't show up anymore thinking I'm just going to show up and have fun and be a sacrificial lamb. They show up knowing they can win a game. And in St. Peter's case, make it all the way to the Elite Eight. And we see it with 12 seeds and 13 seeds and 14 seeds and 15 seeds. Now, 15's never gone that deep, but you watch. Another 15 will go that deep soon because St. Peter's did it. And the teams are getting better. There's becoming more and more parity, and these teams don't just show up thinking I'm going to be a sacrificial lamb anymore. Yeah. They have now seen a 16 beat a 1. So if I'm a 15, a 16 can beat a 1, I can beat a 2, and now I can advance in this thing.
And I think another thing has happened, Brownie, is that we've sort of taken away that last 10 game model of how important that is to be in the tournament. Like North Carolina is misseeded.
Oh, sure.
They're a different team from January on than they were, but you factor in November, December, and January.
And that the ACC was viewed as down.
Right. And, there was Miami in the Elite Eight. Duke's playing really well.
Yeah, we might have missed on that one.
We didn't have the perception of the ACC the way they were at the end of the year. I think Alabama would have still been in the tournament, but they would have been closer to a play-in game at the end of the year if you take away what they did in November, December. And I'm not saying take away what you did in November and December, but somehow I think we have to evaluate the end of the season.
Well, you're saying last 10 games, basically.
Yeah, and we used to do that a lot, but I think that's got to factor in a little bit to get a fairer board of seeds. I think the reason you have 10s and 9s and 8s and 11s and 12s that are doing some of the things they're doing is because those aren't really where those teams should be seated.
And I think the last 10 games went away because the committee didn't like putting as much emphasis on the conference tournaments. And we've seen they don't do a lot of that. These teams like Texas A&M that you think have played their way in a conference tournament, they don't end up playing their way in because the committee doesn't value it as much as we as the fans value. So last 10 put too much value on that. Now, maybe if they went last 10 regular season games, maybe so. I don't know. But I don't disagree with you on that.
I mean, but I love the November, December big out-of-conference matchups. So I don't want that, Alabama beat Gonzaga. I mean, that's worth something. Alabama beat Houston. Alabama beat Baylor. That should count, not just your last 10 games. And I think we got to a point where we kept putting so much emphasis on the last 10 games and not the whole body of work. So there's got to be a happy medium to help in the seeding a little bit because, North Carolina was playing a lot better. Shame on me for not having them in the Final Four. Some of you did.
Well, I didn't.
Yeah, I didn't either. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at High Point Properties, and also a great barbecue place.
Oh, it is. But I'll tell you about High Point Properties, man. The leader in creating beautiful home sites around the Birmingham area. They are now offering several home sites in Helena, ranging from 3 to 43 acres. You can call Wes today, 240-0204. That's 240-0204. Visit hppro.com. 3 to 43 acres in Helena. Gorgeous lots. 240-0204. Call Wes at High Point Properties today.
Dave says, I think Houston was misseeded as well. I agree.
Yeah,
I mean,
they probably were.
The injury is why they were 5, and they ended up playing past their injuries.
Their injury and their quad 1. They did not have a lot of quad 1 games. The committee does go heavy on the quads. I think they were 1-3 in quad 1 games.
Yep. Kerry says, back to the Mississippi State discussion, they're probably going to lose to Memphis in the first game. A Mike Leach special right there.
Well, they lost him this past season.
Yeah, that would get off to a bad start in what Adam Rittenberg is calling a breakout year at ESPN.com for hashtag Hell State there. 152 days until week 0 of college football. Not that far away as we start working our way towards that. When we come back, though, how close is Birmingham to being the happiest city in America? The rankings of the happiest city in America when we come back.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Nothing to do tonight? Want to bet? It's nonstop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch. Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. March has arrived and you want to watch all the games. So make sure the only thing upset is your bracket. Call Blakely's Bouquets today. Order a beautiful arrangement for your girl so you can watch the game without the guilt. My friends at Blakely's Bouquets have unique and custom designs, and they give you speedy same-day delivery. Order online at blakeleysbouquets.com or over the phone 205-579-4900 or stop by in person right on Oxmoor Road in Homewood. Avoid the upsets at Blakely's Bouquets. Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
The one Alabama player I can't wait to see, I haven't seen him yet, Kendrick Law. Nick Saban says he's got size and speed, vice grip hands on catching the ball.
Wow, vice grip hands.
Yep. Wide receiver, can play other positions. Kendrick Law is the guy I'm looking forward to seeing, either my first practice to go to or to the 8-day game, or next summer when they get into August camp. Here's Nick Saban, though, talking about Jermaine Burton, a new addition in that receiving room as well from Georgia.
Well, it's not really hard. I mean, it's easy to see, wide receiver skill set. And Jermaine Burton has done a really good job. He's been a real positive addition to the receiver corps. He's got quickness, he's got speed, he's got really good hands, he runs good routes, and again, a little more experience, a little more maturity, really, helps these guys learn and understand how to do things and understand the importance of doing little things right, because they've played in games and they've played against good competition. So he has really done an outstanding job in the 3 practices that we've had so far.
Wow. Just rave reviews of the new guys who have come in, whether it's Eli Ricks, Burton, or Gibbs from Georgia Tech.
Well, and Kendrick Law is interesting you talked about, because it has not been uncommon of late for a freshman receiver to make a tremendous impact in Alabama's receiving room. Now, that said, the last couple of years, that has been one of the things that Alabama might have struggled with. So to see a guy do that, I think would be very refreshing for Alabama fans.
Absolutely. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, we ask you to go online, nextroundlive.com, and participate in that New Life Art t-shirt contest. Just give us an idea for your t-shirt. You might be the one that gets selected. And always, New Life Art brings you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for more than 40 years. 800-735-2787 or danielmooreart.com.
Where do you guys think we rank when it comes to happiest cities in America?
I would think, I don't know. I don't know how they judge that.
I'll tell you how in a second, but do you think we rank high or low?
I'm going to say Birmingham normally, unless it's people that are overweight and eat too much. Normally Birmingham does not do well here. Or college football TV ratings. We do well there too.
We do, yeah. 2022's happiest cities in America. Adam McCann, a financial writer, puts this together, and they use a criteria of emotional and physical well-being, income and employment, and community and environment.
Okay.
The number 1 place in America, the happiest place, Fremont, California.
Okay. I would not want to live in Fremont, California.
I would not either. Columbia, Maryland, San Francisco, California, San Jose, California, Irvine, California.
You can stop.
A lot of California here.
Yeah, you can stop. Their population has dropped significantly.
Yeah.
So clearly a lot of people weren't happy living there.
Like there's so many people leaving California now, and you've got 4 Californias in the top 5. Come on.
Yes.
Well, we're happy they're left, and I'm happy now.
Yeah. These polls kill me.
Where's Birmingham then? We're way down.
Madison, Wisconsin is 6.
I bet that is, crappy weather a lot of the year, but I bet that is a happy place to live.
Seattle is 7. Orville Park, Kansas, that's where the NCAA used to be.
That is right.
Then 2 more Californias, Huntington Beach and San Diego.
No, Huntington Beach and San Diego are probably quite nice.
Fargo, North Dakota is 11. Minneapolis is 12. Bismarck is 13th.
Oof.
Then 1, 2, 3 more Californias, a San Diego, another California, and Arizona, California. So in your top 20, half of it's California, which is bogus.
Yeah,
to get to Alabama, which is the happiest place on earth.
Right.
To get to Alabama.
Not Disney.
You have to go all the way down into this thing, and Huntsville, Alabama comes in at 140.
Yeah. I like Huntsville. Great town.
Love Huntsville.
Yeah.
Birmingham slides in at a nice 170, right behind Jackson, Mississippi, and just ahead of Toledo, Ohio, and Charleston, West Virginia.
170. So we're ahead of Toledo and Charleston, West Virginia.
Yep.
Where's Gardendale?
Shreveport's 173. Mobile, Alabama's 174. Boy, if you can't have fun in Mobile, Alabama.
Who are you even?
They cut this off at 182. Memphis, Tennessee's 180. Gulfport, Mississippi. I love Gulfport. You talk about good tamales. Gulfport, Mississippi.
Who's the first 4 out?
182. Dead last of 182 polled. Let me see your T-shirt again, Rockstar. Detroit, Michigan.
Detroit football.
Let's feature them on an HBO show.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you think the Hard Knocks guys
Be a
found
sad
out?
open.
Hey, where we're spending the summer? We're going back to the Rams.
No, it's gonna
LA.
It's going to be the ASPCA, the Sarah McLachlan, where it's like just people shivering and boning for 10 cents a day.
Those HBO photographers. Oh, we're going to Miami, Tua, and all the new receivers. Tyreek Hill.
No.
Brady in Tampa.
No.
Detroit.
Yep.
Detroit, Michigan. Oh, do they do camp somewhere sunny, somewhere fun? So many Californias in that poll.
Yeah, way too many, in fact.
Yeah, that's okay. We want the South to stay a secret. We're back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Thanks to our friends at Mortgage Right for being a part of the show. Don't forget to refinance or get a mortgage just right with all our friends at Mortgage Right. Until next time, God bless you, God bless America, and we will see you on Tuesday.